Okay. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I'm Mary Jane Deeb, Chief of the African Middle East Division, which is hosting this event. And it's the division that has acquired the Omar Ibn Said autobiography that we are all gathered here today to discuss. These items are now held by the Rare Books Division, where you will have a chance to view them this afternoon. But this morning, it is my honor and privilege to introduce to you Dr. Carla Hayden, the 14th Librarian of Congress, who will welcome you to the library. Before coming to the library, Dr. Hayden served as CEO of the Enoch Pratt Free Library in Baltimore and was nominated by President Obama to be a member of the National Museum and Library Services Board. She was also president of the American Library Association from 2003 to 2004. Prior to joining the Pratt Library, Dr. Hayden was Deputy Commissioner and Chief Librarian of the Chicago Public Library from 91 to 93, and Assistant Professor for Library and Information Science at the University of Pittsburgh from 87 to 91. She was also Library Services Coordinator for the Museum of Science and Industry in Chicago from 82 to 87. And she began her career with the Chicago Public Library as the Young Adult Services Coordinator from 79 to 82, and as Library Associate and Children's Librarian from 73 to 79. Dr. Hayden received a BA from Roosevelt University and an MA and PhD from the Graduate Library School of at the University of Chicago. She has received numerous, and you can go online and see numerous awards and honorary doctorates. I would be here the whole morning just to say it. So let us welcome Dr. Hayden.
Thank you, Dr. Deeb. Only my mother could do a better job at that, and as you went through every year, I told the young people I kept getting older and older and older. But good morning, and Dr. Deeb, I just want to start out by thanking you for your perseverance in what you have done. And I'm not going to break any news, but we really appreciate your service. So thank you. And I think we can give her a hand. So good morning and welcome. I'm delighted to be here with you as we celebrate African American History Month and the launch of the online publication of the Omar Said collection, which was purchased in 2017. And this unique collection consists of documents in both English and Arabic, including an 1831 autobiography handwritten in Arabic. Mr. Said was a West African scholar who, at the age of 37, was captured, enslaved, and brought to South Carolina in 1804. And this document, the autobiography, is the centerpiece of the collection that includes texts which will be discussed throughout the day by prominent scholars and library experts who worked on the preservation, cataloged, and digitized the collection, and then created what I think is a very wonderful website that we are launching for the whole world to see. And you can see it takes a village to present a Library of Congress collection to the public. And it requires expertise and technological and technical capacities that showcase the expertise of the library's staff. This collection and all of the library's collections are used by scholars and researchers and anyone and everyone who wants to come in and learn about the items, regardless of their age. And so, what about the Said collection? Who, apart from the scholars and the researchers and library staff, would be interested? Well, high school students who are here today. And we have a special treat for you today. The Richard Wright Public Charter School for Journalism and Media Arts in Washington, D.C., and I told them to shout out. And the Montgomery Blair High School in Silver Spring, Maryland. Just like the Super Bowl again, but Super Bowl of research and history. And that's what's so exciting. Well, both schools, and I say young scholars in both schools, have been so fascinated by the collection that they have actually come to the library, viewed the collection, did research, met with the specialists and experts, and then interviewed and filmed them. And like professional journalists and camera people, they have created special videos of the collection, and they will be sharing them with you during the lunch hour. So I want you to please welcome them and show your appreciation and tell them how proud we are that they are carrying on the tradition of being interested in history and bringing history to life. Let's give them a hand. So, we will now have Marietta Harper to say a few words in memory of Mr. Derek Beard, who was the last owner of the collection and who wanted so much for it to be at the Library of Congress. Marietta is an African and Africa area specialist, and she first identified this collection. And thanks to her perseverance, the library was able to purchase it. So please join me in welcoming her.
Good morning. As you just heard, my name is Marietta Harper, and I am Africa Area Specialist in the African and Middle Eastern Division at this institution, Library of Congress. In January 2002, I met Derek Beard, the prominent antiquarian book dealer of African American historical collections. He was visiting our division while we were organizing a panel on the historical roots of Muslim immigration to the United States. The symposium entitled Islam in America and was sponsored by the African and Middle Eastern Division and the Office of Scholarly Programs. I coordinated the first panel of this symposium, and Derek Beard was the first speaker. During this visit, Mr. Beard showed me his collection of historic Arabic manuscripts written by Omar Ibn Said, along with other manuscripts written by African Muslims from the 18th and 19th centuries. At the end of the symposium, Mr. Beard told Dr. Mary Jane Deeb and me that he felt the Library of Congress should purchase his unique collection so the world could see and research Arabic manuscripts written by literate Africans who were enslaved in the early Americas. When Derek Beard finally put his collection of manuscripts on sale, he informed me, and I then initiated the recommendation for the Library of Congress to purchase this collection. So, after much determination, we were able to locate funds to purchase the collection. The purchase was completed in early winter of 2017. Regretfully, months after the sale, Derek Beard died in July 2018. I am still shocked by his death, even though I knew he was critically ill throughout our negotiations. Derek Beard was a consummate connoisseur of various arts and collectibles and was recognized as one of the world's preeminent experts in his field, which was the art world. He was a collector of American, Islamic, and other foreign decorative arts, including photography, paintings, rare books, unique documents, and other objects of aesthetic and historical value. The Art and Antiques magazine listed Mr. Beard as one of the top 100 American collectors in 1994 and again in 2005. Prior to his death, Derek Beard resided in Dubai, the United Arab Emirates. His 20-plus years of foreign travels included residencies in Europe, Asia, South America, and the Caribbean. Asia really is Asia, sorry. Derek Beard's broad and extensive academic background included a BS in real estate finance from the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, and additional advanced studies in interior architecture at the Art Institute of Chicago, studies in photography at Loyola University, studies in mechanical engineering at Tuskegee University, studies in Islamic finance at Harvard University, and studies in earth, architecture, construction, and management at the California Institute of Earth and Architecture. In acknowledging these few aspects of Derek Beard's background and accomplishment, we bid farewell to one of the America's greatest collectors. May his soul rest in peace. I will now share the memorial tribute to Derek Tariq Beard from the Masjid Al-Sabr, Derek Beard's Mosque in Los Angeles, Nevada. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, it is with deepest regret that you are being advised of the recent death of our dear brother, Tariq Beard. Brother Tariq Beard was an amazing giant regarding the history, culture, and ethnologic research of Islam in America, and its reclamation and preservation. Among his numerous and most notable contributions was the purchase of the original Arabic handwritten autobiographical manuscript of Omar Ibn Said, and having it translated and published in the English language. For years, Tariq would actually travel with the original manuscript, taking it to various public events and activities, and allowing the general public to examine it, as well as take photos with it. His involvement in the research and acquisition of rare Islamic historical artifacts relevant to their impact in early America was phenomenal. Tariq was always available and approachable by anyone. He was an African American giant of Islam who will be dearly missed. May Allah grant him paradise. This is the Islamic funeral prayer sent on Friday, July 27th, 2018 by the Masjid Sabur, 711 Morgan Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada. Thank you.
You can come and move forward. There are places, so I know that many of you are there. Please come up. Please come and find seats. Yes, 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 come up. Yeah, please. Okay, there are seats up here. Yeah. Okay. And so thank you, Dr. Hayden, and thank you, Marina Marker, for your words regarding our program today and very good. And so now we will move on to our first panel, which focuses on the importance of the autobiography of Omar Ibn Said, a Muslim, a scholar, and a man of significant wealth from West Africa who was captured in 1807 and brought to South Carolina as a slave. He wrote his autobiography in Arabic in 1831, and this remains today the only known one of its kind still in existence in the US. Now this panel will be moderated by Dr. Eugene Flanagan, Director of the General and International Collections at the Library of Congress. He holds an MA and PhD from Trinity College Dublin, has been a Fulbright scholar, and at the library has held various executive positions, including Director of National Programs, Director of Business Enterprises, and before joining the library, he was Director of Marketing and Communications at KPMG International. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to read the biographies of each one of the speakers. Bear with me. I know you have them on your seats, but I'm doing this because this program is being webcast. And as people watching from around the world will not have the biographies, I'm going to share it with you, with them, and with you by reading them. So, Sylviane Diouf. Dr. Sylviane Diouf is an award-winning historian and curator of the African diaspora. She's the author of Servants of Allah, African Muslims Enslaved in the Americas, published by New York University Press in 1998. Its 15th anniversary edition was released in 2013. Her book, Dreams of Africa and Alabama, The Slave Ship Clotilda, and the Story of the Last Africans Brought to America, published by Oxford University Press, received prizes from the American Historical Association, the Alabama Historical Association, and the Thurston Wright Legacy Award. Dr. Diouf is the author of Slavery's Exiles, The Story of the American Maroons, also published by New York University Press. She's the editor of Fighting the Slave Trade, West African Strategies, published by Ohio University Press, and In Motion, the African American Migration Experience, a National Geographic book. Dr. Diouf received the Rosa Parks Award, the Pen and Brush Achievement Award, and the Dr. Betty Shabazz Achievement Award. She was the inaugural director of the Lapidus Center for the Historical Analysis of Transatlantic Slavery and is a visiting professor at Brown University's Center for the Study of Slavery and Justice. Our second speaker, sitting next to Dr. Adam Rothman, who is a professor in the history department at Georgetown University, where he teaches undergraduate and graduate courses in 19th century US history, the history of slavery, and Atlantic history. Rothman's first book, Slave Country, American Expansion and the Origin of the Deep South, published by Harvard University Press in 2005, traced the growth of slavery in the early United States. His latest book, Beyond Freedom's Reach, A Kidnapping in the Twilight of Slavery, Harvard 2015, tells a true story of 3 enslaved children who were taken from New Orleans to Havana during the Civil War, and their mother's effort to recover them. It won awards from the American Civil War Museum, Louisiana Endowment for the Humanities, and the American Librarian Association. He has written for The Atlantic, The Daily Beast, Al Jazeera, America, and the New York Times This Union blog. He has been the recipient of an ACLS Oscar Handlin Fellowship and is an Organization of American Historians Distinguished Lecturer. He was a member of Georgetown University's Working Group on Slavery, Memory, and Reconciliation, and is the lead curator of the online Georgetown Slavery Archive. As a distinguished visiting scholar at the Kluge Center last fall, he created a podcast series about the Library of Congress manuscript material on American slavery, including one about Omar Ibn Said's autobiography, and he also transcribed the letters of the documents that we have. He has earned his BA from Yale and PhD from Columbia. And last but not least, Alryyes, who is the author of the book, the translation of Omar Ibn Said, that will be for sale, by the way, at lunchtime as well. So you'll all be able to acquire a copy if you wish. Dr. Alryyes is Associate Professor of English at Queens College, the City University of New York. He was educated at MIT and Harvard University, where he received his PhD in comparative literature, and is a recipient of a National Endowment for the Humanities Fellowship and an American Philosophical Society grant. He's a scholar of 18th century British and French literature, the European Enlightenment, slavery, and the literature of empire. Professor Alryyes is the translator, as we mentioned, of Omar Ibn Said's autobiography from the original Arabic, and a contributing editor of A Muslim American Slave, The Life of Omar Ibn Said, and so is Dr. Diouf. He also wrote Original Subjects, The Child, the Novel, and the Nation, published by University Press, and numerous journal articles. Among other current projects, Professor Alryyes is completing Between Ordinary Life and War, a book about the proximity of war and literature. In addition to the City University of New York, Professor Alryyes has also taught at Yale University. Now you won't hear from me anymore, and I'm passing the baton on to Dr. Flanagan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Jane. So I just want to circle back to a couple of things Dr. Hayden said. One, I think she referred to us as the Super Bowl of research and history. That's interesting. I think there's probably more people in the room today than watched the second half of the game on Sunday. More seriously, she said that this program is part of the library's celebration of Black History Month, and what an amazing sort of history we have before us to discuss this morning. Some 250 years of politics and geography and religion and literature, from sort of 18th century West Africa to the 19th century American South, and from the rediscovery of the autobiography in the 20th century to the 21st century, when here we are, the library has acquired, preserved, and digitized the Omar Ibn Said collection. So we have a lot of ground to cover, and so I guess the obvious place to begin is at the beginning. And so, Sylviane, you've written several award-winning books on the African diaspora and slave trade, one of which, Servants of Allah, African Muslims Enslaved in the Americas, deals with the time and place of Omar's capture and enslavement. That time and place seems to have been sort of far from simple. Maybe you could give us the background to his environment and what he would have experienced in the first 30 years of his life.
Thank you. So Omar Ibn Said was born in Senegal in 1770. He came from northern Senegal, the region of Fouta Toro, which is really kind of the cradle of Islam in this area. And for about 100 years before he was born, there had been really, the region had really felt the impact of the transatlantic slave trade. And that had given rise to Islamic reformist movements. There was Muslims were trying to protect themselves from the transatlantic slave trade and from the despotism of some of the local rulers. And many of them were actually attacked, deported, were victims of the slave trade, and Islam does not allow that. Islam does not allow free Muslims to be enslaved. So there was those movements that started to protect Muslims, to oppose the transatlantic slave trade, and as I mentioned, despotism as well. And we see that not only in Senegal, but in several parts of Senegal and in Guinea as well. Now, when Omar was born in 1770, a few years later, when actually around 1776, when he started his studies, there was a real, very important movement there. Several years, for several years before, the British had really taken a lot of Muslims and sent them to the Caribbean. There was also a famine. The British allied themselves with the Moors, and there was really, massacres and large taking of people. So that gave rise to a new Islamic reformist movement, again, to protect the Muslims. And the leader, Suleiman Bal, who was a scholar, his view was that it's not enough to have a Muslim leader, a Muslim king. You have to have a scholar. And I just want to read very quickly what he envisioned, because I think it's very relevant to that particular story, but to others as well. He said, choose an imam, pious and ascetic, who is not interested in the riches of this world, and if you see that his possessions increase, depose him and confiscate all his belongings. And if he refuses to abdicate, fight him and exile him to make sure he does not establish a tyranny his sons would inherit. Replace him with another among the men of knowledge and action. Bring to power one who deserves it, one who forbids his soldiers to kill defenseless children and old people, and to rape women, let alone kill them. So that was the basis of those movements. And he was killed in battle. And the first Al-Mami, the first leader of a new theocracy, Abdelkader Khan, really, forbade trade on the river, forbade the enslavement of Muslims, and he was really, very, very strongly opposed to the slave trade, not only of Muslims, but also, putting a end to the transit of people from the East to St. Louis. So this is, the kind of of regime that Omar Ibn Said lived under. And it was really a time where Islamic education spread with a lot of schools being built. Omar continued his studies, he said, for 25 years. He went to other parts of the country, and then he came back to Fouta, probably around 1801. And that was a period which was crucial. The leader, Abdelkader Khan, continued to forbid the transit of slaves. And there were, of course, strong repercussions. The French, who had come back to St. Louis, burned villages, killed people, enslaved 600 people, retaliations from Abdelkader Khan, and so on and so forth. Until in 1807, internal and external forces coalesced against Abdelkader Khan. And as Omar wrote, an army came and invaded Fouta. And this army actually killed Abdelkader Khan, and that's when Omar was made a prisoner. He was walked to St. Louis. He was 37, very old, actually, for being part of the slave trade. And three ships left St. Louis between October and December 1807, and he was certainly on one of those ships. Close to 400 people arrived from St. Louis in Charleston, and Omar was probably on one of those last ships that brought legally Africans through the transatlantic slave trade, because on January 1st, 1808, the slave trade, the international slave trade to the United States came to a formal end, even though it continued until July 1860.
So given that tumultuous background, it seems to have swung wildly from being turbulent at times to being a safe haven at other times. Ala, perhaps you can talk a little bit about the intellectual milieu that he would have experienced during those years before 1807.
Uniquely, I think, because Omar has left this manuscript, we are able to, we are accessory to the words of a quote-unquote slave who recounts not only his education in his country of origin in Africa, but also who seems to cast a sort of a symbolic role for himself as resisting it in certain ways, as we will talk about later today, I think. As Sylviane was giving a context of the previous lives of slaves whom we usually think of as, or the standard narrative thinks of them as a sort of a blank slate, right? When slavery, and the particular kind of slavery that developed in the US, turned human beings into chattel, people into real estate, the standard narrative of resistance became one of freedom versus bondage. And that narrative, as crucial and fundamental as it is, sometimes shortchanges the historicity and the historical forces and context that set those slaves apart, or set those human beings, those people apart as individuals. They all had unique stories, but these unique stories, like the stories of all, frankly, enslaved or poor people all over the world, are not known or have been erased from the historical record just because of the fact that they have left no records of their own. In the case of Omar, however, his literacy, which was a consequence of his faith and his education in Fouta Touro, in Senegambia, left clues to the mind, to the inner life, as well as to the kind of contexts in which this man, when he arrived to the US, became involved in.
And perhaps we can talk then a little bit about the movement from Africa to the Americas and the slave trade. And Adam, this is something you've studied, particularly on arrival in the Americas, but perhaps you can draw some parallels for us in this regard?
Sure, thanks very much. I just want to say, before I get into that history, that most of what I know about Omar Ibn Said actually comes from the scholarship of the people sitting on either side of me. And I want to acknowledge that. I'm especially lucky to be here. Just picking up on something that Allah said, I think, and Sylviane, I think it's very important to understand that not only has the history of Atlantic slavery been written and understood for a long time in ways that generally ignore, neglect, or deny the African historicity of enslaved people and everything they brought into that history. But the slave trade itself depended on the denial of that history. Just to give you an example, I was with some students this week. We were looking at a letter from a Jesuit priest in the early 1600s who was explaining to one of his colleagues in Cartagena de Indias why you shouldn't ask captive Africans how they were enslaved. And he says if you ask them, they'll tell you that they were unjustly and illegally captured. Because if they were, then they ought to be free. But he says, well, they're self-interested, so they're lying, so don't ask them. The whole operation of the slave trade depended upon willfully neglecting the origins of enslavement. And that's one of the reasons why a text like Omar's is so important, because it recovers that suppressed history. I mean, slavery is a silencer. It denies the voices of captive Africans and enslaved people in the Americas. So recovering this text is so important to getting that history back and understanding the lies and violence that were really at the root of the Atlantic slave trade. So that's one thing. The second thing is I think it's so interesting as Sylviane was talking about the politics and history of northern Senegal and these tensions and, in fact, wars over slavery that ended up with Omar Ibn Said on a slave ship in Charleston. It's interesting to think about the intersection of this tumultuous politics in West Africa with equally tumultuous politics in North America. Omar Ibn Said is a kind of nexus, a connecting point between those two histories. Sylviane mentioned that Omar Ibn Said is one of the very last captive Africans to be imported legally into the United States. Well, why was that? Well, this gets us into the whole history of the debate over slavery in the new United States. You know, while Omar Ibn Said is being born in West Africa, there's a revolution about to get underway in North America, in which the concept of slavery, both literally and as a metaphor, is central. But so is the reality of the slave economy, which undergirds the new nation. So a whole series of compromises is worked out to try to reconcile the rhetoric of freedom with the reality of slavery. And one of those compromises has to do with the Atlantic slave trade. So in the Constitution of the United States, one of the compromise clauses is that Congress cannot prohibit the introduction of Africans for 20 years. So there's a 20-year window in which captive Africans can continue to be introduced into the United States. That 20-year window basically ends in 1808. And right before that window closes, there's a kind of surge in slaving as planters in the United States try to get one last cargo of Africans in before that window closes. So Omar Ibn Said is caught in this kind of trap of the politics on one side of the Atlantic and politics on the other side of the Atlantic. And I think it's really important to understand both sides of his story on both sides of the Atlantic together. That's the only way we understand the particularity of his history.
Just as a footnote to what Adam was saying, if I may, Omar is born in 1770, so that's 6 years before the Declaration of Independence, and he dies in 1863-64, and so that's 1 year before, 2 years, 1 year before the end of the Civil War, of the American Civil War. So his life, in a way, is an actual, one might say, record or demonstration of what you were saying about context.
I mean, it's really, his life is a microcosm of the history of slavery in the United States from the Revolution through the Civil War.
So we've been talking about him as both an individual and sort of a cipher for large themes. Getting back to 1807, Alan, maybe you can have a go at this one. Can you give us sort of a sketch of who he was in 1807?
That's no one individual is one thing, for sure, and it's a difficult question, but it's a crucial question, perhaps the most fundamental question to ask. And we know from the manuscript that, for example, for those people who captured him at that moment, when he escapes from, as we know, he escapes from South Carolina, from Charleston, about 2 years after he was brought in the big ship to this country. And to the people, he must have seemed like this remarkable phenomenon of someone writing Arabic letters on the walls of his jail cell. So that's one thing that they saw in him, someone who possibly was unusually, perhaps spectacularly educated in a way that they expected no African or no slave to be educated at that time, because of course a sort of a monstrous belief was that Africans had no culture, or at least no literate culture of that sort, or no culture that can be of value. On the other hand, he himself, from the manuscript, we learn that he was born in 1770. We know from the dates that he was an old man when roughly, right? He was 37. He certainly was not. Yes, yeah, I know. He was not the sort of a young youthful man. He refers to himself as a weak man. He certainly saw himself as a scholar. Did not see himself as someone who is fit to work in the fields or in plantations. Certainly the plantation regime in Charleston was one of the most difficult and backbreaking in the United States. But he refers to his education. He talks about the fact that he spent 25 years seeking knowledge. He refers to 3 teachers, one of whom was his own brother in Futaturo. He refers to endearingly to his father and mother. He refers to the number. Clearly, both of his parents were married before. They had a number of children, and he had a big family. So he refers to all sorts of details of that sort, and the manuscript itself also reveals details about his escape, about the number of days he was held in jail in Fayetteville, North Carolina, once he escapes from the South. All of these various details sketch Omar as a multiple person, like all of us. He was an African. He was, one might say, at that point, certainly an incipient American. He was, the moment he was captured, he was an extraordinary individual who could write. And so that question, I think, should not be boiled down to one answer, but would rather, we should look at the historical record, first and foremost the autobiography, to open up that question. And that question is also intertwined, I would say, with the kind of, one might say, informants or people in the United States, and we have a clue as to who these people were from the title page of the manuscript that was written in English. We know a lot about them. These were well-known people, scholars, and these are all white individuals, including a man by the name of Theodore Dwight, whose uncle was a former president of Yale College, Timothy Dwight. And I'm sure Adam will maybe later say a little bit more about Timothy Dwight, about Theodore Dwight. There were others, Isaac Byrd, who was one of the early translators of this manuscript, and who himself was a missionary, actually ended up going to the Middle East. He was in Lebanon, working on producing a new Protestant Bible. We have a lot of information about that circuit of people who solicited Omar to write his autobiography. And certainly the question of who Omar is a question about his interiority. It's also a question about his culture back in Africa, but it's also a question about his future collaboration and really incorporation into the circuit of people who had definite goals about, one might say, the future of enslaved people in the Americas, right? Including the fact that many of them were not comfortable, this particular circuit of people, they were not comfortable with slavery as such. They saw in Omar's culture, his education and his literacy, manifest proofs that Africans were cultured and they should not be subject to this regime. But they also were not happy or not comfortable with the idea of freeing those slaves and then having them stay in the United States. So that's a particular group of people called the American Colonization Society, whose plans were to manumit as many slaves as they can through convincing slave owners to release them and then to have them immigrate to Africa, to Liberia, or other places. And so Omar he has a multiple identity, and he's really, as we were saying before, he has a biography, but also a historical moment.
So Sylviane, there's many ways of looking at Omar. There's a tendency to see him as exceptional. Is that the case?
Yes, and he actually was not. I mean, we have to understand that the estimate is about 10% of the 12.5 million Africans who were deported through the transatlantic slave trade, 10% were Muslims. So we are talking about more than 1 million people, more than 1 million Muslims who arrived in the Americas, and really in every country. I mean, I used English, French, Portuguese, and Spanish sources, and I found them in 20 countries. And I didn't use Dutch because I don't know Dutch. So, and what I found, I mean, it's not just what is there, there's many other. And, we're talking about people who had been, not all of them, but many of them who had been to Quranic schools, who could read and write, like Omar. Of course, when you were taken at 10, you have a little knowledge. When you were, when you arrived at 20 or 25, you had more. Some had been teachers, scholars, judges. So we have really, a large number of people who, like Omar, were literate, who, like Omar, left documents, and there are a lot. I mean, a lot. Let's maybe not exaggerate. But in Brazil, for example, there are a lot of documents that have been preserved in Arabic as well as in languages written in Arabic script. And we have that even in the United States. There's a 13-page manuscript that was written by a Muslim on the sea island of Georgia that still exists. We have facsimiles of other writings that Muslims left. In Jamaica, in Trinidad, and that goes from chapters of the Quran to full Quran. One man here in the United States, known as Job Ben Salomon from Senegal, wrote 3 copies of the Quran that, of course, he knew by rote, and 1 copy of the Quran that he wrote was sold at auction in London. I think it was like in 2011. So, you know, it's a number of manuscripts still exist, and, you know, sometimes it's letters, it's religious writings, it's also plans for revolt. Let's not forget that in 1807, when Omar Ibn Said arrived in the United States, that was the start also of a series of conspiracies and revolts by Muslims in Bahia. And those Muslims had arrived because of another Islamic reformist movement in Nigeria that started in 1804. And there was also one autobiography that was written by a Muslim in Jamaica. And it's much longer than Omar's. It's much, much, much more detailed. Now, the difference, though, is that Abu Bakr al-Siddiq, who wrote it, and he wrote, I think, 3 versions of it, wrote it when he was freed in 1834. He wrote 1 version in 1834 and 1 in 1835. He was free. He actually went back to Mali. He was born in Timbuktu. And the other thing that is different from Omar, that particular original manuscript doesn't exist anymore. So it had been translated, and the idea is probably that he actually took those versions that he wrote, with him when he went back home. So Omar's manuscript, as far as we know, and maybe something will be discovered, we don't know, but Omar's manuscript is unique in the sense that is the only autobiography of a person who was enslaved, who wrote his autobiography when he was still enslaved.
Can I just add one thing? I think Sylviane is absolutely right to place Omar and his autobiography in the larger context of Muslim Africans, enslaved Muslim Africans in the Americas. So he's part of a broader picture. But there's always this tension between the degree to which somebody like Omar Ibn Said is representative of something larger, and the extent to which he really is unique, sort of in his own experience. So when I read his the translation of his autobiography and the way he writes about arriving in Charleston, the overwhelming sense that I get is that he is alone and traumatized. That there's a shock of arrival in this new, very strange, and very harsh place. He writes in the autobiography of being sold into the hands of Christians and arriving in a Christian country. But then his first owner, his first enslaver in Charleston, he describes as a wicked infidel, which is strong language. And he suffers. He said, he's a scholar, but he's made to do hard labor. He's literate, but he doesn't speak the language of the society that he's found himself in. And it's hard. But instead of having his spirit broken, which could have been one of the effects of this extraordinary odyssey that he's been on, he resists. He runs away. He takes matters into his own hands and he runs away, and he wanders for what seems to be weeks, and somehow he gets from Charleston, South Carolina, to, I think it's Fayetteville, North Carolina. How does he do that? And then he ends up, So if maybe it's a church where he's writing Arabic and he's arrested and he's writing, then he gets sent to jail. He spends time in jail and he's writing Arabic characters on the wall of his jail. I mean, you could not write a novel that's more remarkable than the true story of this man when he arrives in South Carolina. So he is part of this broader movement, but he is also so alone when he arrives in the United States. And I find that to be one of the most poignant and powerful aspects of his story.
And he really is ripped from his world and placed in a very different world.
May I just follow
Please.
up on that? It's no accident that Omar was asked to write a life, right? He refers to as Sheikh Hunter, obviously an honorific title that he gives to a clergyman whom I think later I traced down to a man called Eli Hunter, a member of the American Colonization Society. I think I'm pretty sure about that. So this Sheikh Hunter asked him to write a life, which Omar actually in the manuscript refers to. You asked me to write Hayati, which is the Arabic word for a life. Immediately translating it. Now the fascinating thing about it is that the Arabic genre of the life is not called that, but it's referred to as sira. And so there's something remarkable about the fact that he's asked to write an autobiography for the simple reason that this particular genre has by now become in the West the kind of the genre that speaks to the authenticity of someone's experiences as well as the development of a person, right? That is, you turn yourself into a person, you sort of demonstrate your personhood and consciousness by writing a life, by writing an autobiography. And autobiographies remain, of course, huge bestsellers in the US today, right? They're seen as, in a way, a reflection, a mirror of the person, right? And so, in a way, Omar's 1831 manuscript is unique because in it we encounter someone who not only fulfills that premise or that aspect of that genre, but he actually opens it by talking about his previous life, by talking about his teachers, by talking about his education, by actually drawing on the other tradition of Arabic of writing, which is the Arabic tradition of the Sira, right? Where you actually don't begin by talking necessarily about yourself, but about your education and about your culture and about your teachers. And therefore, Omar is able to bring together these two, concatenate, as it were, these two literary genres in his narrative, and that really sets him apart, I think.
And in your book, A Muslim American Slave, The Life of Omar Ibn Said, you characterize a three-step process of translating, deciphering, and contextualizing. And I'm wondering if you can tell us a little bit about the insights that come from that approach.
Sure. So the work that became this book, really was done in two stages. One was an encounter with the manuscript itself, with the life and with the autobiography, and translating it, and trying to, in translating it, to interpret it and to think about both the inner life of this man, his suffering, as Adam was saying, the fact that at one point he, for example, responds to an overseer, clearly someone who is sent by his southern owner to recapture him and to take him back or to buy him or whatever again. And he responds by, he's responding in 1831. He's writing in 1831. Remember, there is a 24-year differential between the moment of the escape and the moment of the writing of the manuscript. And he recalls, he's so traumatized by that moment that he actually records it as having responded to that man by writing 7 no's in Arabic. The word for no is la in Arabic, and he writes 7 no's, right? Not 1, but 7. And that is really a moment where you could see, just by looking at the space of the page, you could gain something into, one might say, the mind of someone. So there's that aspect of the suffering of the human being that can be given by the work of translation. There's also the fact that there is the political agency or the act of resistance itself that the manuscript reveals, where Omar rhetorically casts certain kind of symbolic role for himself. The text is, as my introduction to the book shows, is full of sort of double hidden utterances in which he often would use Quranic surahs to cast a sort of a role for himself, or to deliver a message that is hidden to all except for those who can really decipher what he is writing. So that's one aspect, or one big part of the work. The other aspect that I refer to as recovering the context of it is something that I have already spoken about briefly, and that's kind of thinking about the circuit of people who are mentioned. A few of them are actually mentioned on the manuscript on the title page, and these are white men who obviously are related to that Sheikh Hunter who had asked him to write his manuscript. And you need to ask yourself the question, in a country where, what's the percentage? 0.0001% of people spoke Arabic. I mean, obviously I'm even, increasing that, percentage. I haven't computed it, but where a minute number of people spoke Arabic. Why ask this man who speaks Arabic to write a manuscript in Arabic? Who could read it? Who could really be interested in it? And that opens really, or has opened a window into the interest of a number of missionaries, scholars, ethnographers, and so on, who saw in Omar an opportunity to do something, or to kind of prove or make a point, or create an anti-slavery argument that was at that point becoming a third way, shall we say, in American, in the anti-slavery rhetoric between the northern abolitionists and the southern slave plantation owners. There was a middle way, as they called it, and that middle way was colonization, namely convincing as many slave owners to release slaves, or buying them and then sending them to Liberia. And those particular people were not universally, it seems, interested in all slaves. They were particularly drawn to men of culture and education, like Omar was, and as Sylviane was talking about, other people whom they saw as deserving of manumission because of their culture and literacy.
Now, the part of the record shows or assumes that he converted to Christianity, but the autobiography itself starts with a long quotation chapter from the Quran. What's in play there? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
It's one of the things that a number of Muslims did. That's pseudo conversion. In some countries they were just forced, and they externally, if you will, conform to that, and then they actually remain Muslims, and we have several examples of that in Brazil, in Jamaica, in Trinidad, and when you read this particular autobiography, you see how opaque, if you will, it is, how contradictory. And if he had been, truly converted, as a Christian, there wouldn't have been, I think, this need to kind of say one thing from one side of his mouth and another from the other. It's confusing, and Allah, of course, you're very well placed to dig into that. But again, if he had been a true Christian, there wouldn't have been the need to be that opaque, that complicated, that unclear.
And Adam, the autobiography was written in 1831, an auspicious year in other ways. Can you speak to the context of that particular year and the years surrounding it, and whether there's a coincidence in play or they're connected?
Yeah, 1831, an auspicious year in American slavery, the year of Nat Turner's insurrection and the publication of Nat Turner's alleged confessions. Mm-hmm. It's really interesting, I think, to compare these two biographies, the one ostensibly of Turner, written by a white lawyer who had interviewed him in jail, which represents Turner as a kind of prophet or religious fanatic, depending on your perspective. So that's one thing that's happening in 1831, and it causes, Turner's insurrection, of course, causes a widespread panic across the South about the possibility of slave insurrection, and provokes a kind of backlash, a crackdown against slaves and free people of color across the South. So you have that going on. At the same time as you have Omar Ibn Said writing his own autobiography, which represents a totally different kind of textual presence or representation of the life of an enslaved person. And I think there's no direct connection between those two events, but I do think that by the time that Omar writes this autobiography, he's already become a kind of minor celebrity, especially in the colonizationist circles that Allah mentioned. So the colonizationists do represent this kind of middle ground or third way between abolitionism and pro-slavery. And they're trying to cultivate a different way of thinking about slavery and its demise, and also a different relationship between the United States and Africa. So there's a kind of broad pivot between Africa as a reservoir of labor through the slave trade, and in the 19th century, Africa as a kind of object of salvation and civilization. This is what the missionaries are up to. And they see Omar Ibn Said as this cultured, literate African who, in their minds, had converted to Christianity. And they see in him a model for all of Africa. And I think that's one of the reasons why they sort of elicit this autobiography, and he's described in various there are articles about him in colonizationist publications, where he really represents this possibility of civilizing Africa. So I think to put Omar Ibn Said's autobiography in conversation with Turner's Confessions is to show a wide range of both the positions of enslaved people in America in the early 1830s, but also the kinds of the variety of white responses to the problem of slavery.
And we should encourage everybody, if they're going to read one autobiography this year, it should be his, right? Because it's actually quite short as well, which is handy. So do we know details of his life between 1831 and his death in 1863? Perhaps we could sort of sketch that out briefly.
Well, he was, after he was bought by Owen, who was a brother of the governor of North Carolina, he was said to have been put to kind of a light work regime, gardening and that kind of things. The thing also is that, there's no good slavery. And the fact also is that he died enslaved. And there was no good reason for that. No good reason. He could have been freed. He could have stayed where he was and continue working or, drawing an income. He died enslaved. So, even though by some measure, his enslavement was lighter, if you will, in the sense that he was not punished, he did not have, this horrible workload, he was not abused, and that's what he says. But at the same time, in his autobiography, he denounces slavery in the way that he says that, I eat what they eat, I'm not, and I'm, I can't, it's not the exact word, but I'm not I have clothes, I'm not naked, I don't have, I'm not abused, meaning that the others are, right? And so in that way, he is also denouncing slavery, even, as he contrasts the normal lot of enslaved people to his own.
So regarding his life, there are fascinating contexts that you find when you dig into the research and when you look at known texts and context in sort of at an angle. So, for example, one of my favorite 19th century African American texts is David Walker's 1829 appeal to the colored citizens of the world, which he modeled on the US Constitution, right, with a preamble and everything. That is, it's really a remarkable document in as much as he creates a document that is modeled on the supposedly universal Constitution, but it speaks to black experience. And the appeal by the fiery Walker made him really a hated man in the South. They were like Turner, of course, after the rebellion 2 years later. And I found a letter which was written to precisely John Owen, who was then the governor of South Carolina, the brother of the man in whose house Omar resided for so many years. And that letter alerts the governor to the fact that there have been attempts to translate or to actually read that book to the illiterate slaves, right? To the illiterate slaves in around where you live. And so be on the lookout for that. And certainly Omar, who never learned English, could not have read the appeal in English, but he could have listened to someone reading it, right? That is, clearly that letter makes the case that there are people going around reading the appeal, and as Walker himself said, when he offered the pamphlet for no cost to people who would read it to your brethren who are illiterate, right, who could not read it for themselves. So there are these fascinating intersections that remind us again of, as Adam was saying, of the historicity of Omar, not only in Africa, which is to be emphasized, but also in America, that his story speaks broadly, and its wider and full context are his words placed in the context of his intentions, as well as in the other texts that were circulating at that time and the other political acts that were taking place. The full history of that reprehensible institution.
And as you say, that full history, there's sort of a deep fascination, but also a deep sadness running through the whole thing. Omar dies in 1863, and Adam, I believe you discovered his obituary. Is that correct? Yeah. While you're researching?
Just to add to this conversation about Omar's life after 1831, I do think it's, bits and pieces of this have come up already, but I think it's important to understand that 1831 autobiography is not the only thing that Omar wrote and that still exists, in archives. There's actually quite an extensive set of, he left a paper trail, is what I'm saying here, in Arabic, that extends to the 1850s. So his story, archivally speaking, is even richer than just this extraordinary 1831 autobiography. It's one of the things that makes him so deeply fascinating. But I do think that the main fact is that he remains enslaved. Unlike so many other African Americans who made their way from, not so many, but some other African Americans who made their way from slavery to freedom and then wrote their stories, like Frederick Douglass, for instance, Omar is unusual because he never made it to freedom. Yet we have this archival record of him as a person held in bondage. And just the point, he lived a long life, a really long life, more than 90 years, but just not quite long enough to make it back to freedom. I mean, if he just lasts 2 more years, he sees emancipation in North Carolina. And then how would the story be different? If he had lived just those 2 more years and been able to tell his story as a free person, what would he have said? That's to me one of the things that's so sad about this.
Alan, did you want to add to that?
Maybe later.
You each have, and I mentioned the obituary, you each have sort of a close connection to Omar and to the collections, whether the autobiography or the more extensive collection. Perhaps we can touch on those intersections, each of you in turn. Ala, perhaps you can start in terms of what drew you to translating the autobiography, which it had been done, 2 or 3 times, and it's been sort of lost and rediscovered. What drew you to it?
At first, it began with the attempt to resurrect the words of bringing, thinking about the words of someone who is so distinctive and in many ways unique, to think about what his words mean to us today, to think about the fuller debate on slavery that those words can entail. And that, as I said before, kind of morphed into or connected with the story with the bigger kind of historical work. So there was, I mean, I'm a professor of comparative literature and English, and I spend my days thinking about the way in which you interpret words, right? In which you interpret words and sentences put together. And there's a fascinating sentence by W.B. Du Bois that, as I recall it, the expression in words of the tragic experience of the Negro race is to be found in various places. And it was fascinating that in addition to the well-known places of the Negro spirituals or the slave narratives, wills in which suddenly slaves were left as property from someone, I mean, that kind of expression, how they were treated or seen as slaves. But their own expressions, we see this autobiography by someone that really, in a way, reorients, I think, the debates about slave narratives themselves. So in a way, I was drawn to it first through the words of the man, then trying to think about his agency, the fact that the opacity of his narrative, when he opens it, for example, by a particular surah from the Quran that seemed to me to be included as a kind of a message, a hidden message, that his owners had no right over him, that the possession and power all inheres in the hands of God. That this seemed to be to kind of go against the narrative of his conversion, right, or of his slavery itself. And to go back to your question about earlier moments of translation, I mean, what is different is that certainly before, the overarching assumption about this man and this narrative was that he is essentially a convert to Christianity, right? He is his culture vindicates the missionary converting, evangelizing aspect of the people who were circulating his work, and not necessarily or not at all that it proves the universal or near universal, obviously, education of people back in Africa, right? So in a way, I began my translation and I began thinking about his words and interpreting them with different assumptions, which I think make a difference.
Thank you. And Adam, your most recent book, Beyond Freedom's Reach, A Kidnapping in the Twilight of Slavery. And this fall, you were a visiting scholar at the Kluge Center here at the Library of Congress, carrying out research on African American voices from slavery to freedom, during which time you graciously helped us out with some translations in the collections of Omar. Can you tell us a little bit more about that, and if you can give a plug to Chronicling America, that would be okay?
Yeah, like I said at the beginning, I'm really a latecomer to Omar Ibn Said compared to the other scholars sitting up here. But I just happened to be sort of in the right place at the right time. I was here at the library, the Kluge Center, last semester working on a project of trying to find material in the manuscript collections written by African Americans, especially enslaved African Americans in the 19th century. I mean, the manuscript collections are vast, millions of pages of material, but only here and there do you find anything actually written by a person who was enslaved. And I wanted to highlight that material. So of course, the news that the Omar Ibn Said autobiography had come into the library and that the library was doing a whole project around it was incredibly exciting. And then I was doing a series of podcasts about the material that I had found in the manuscript division. So we decided to do one on Omar Ibn Said. So that should be coming out pretty soon. Sylviane is on it and Mary Jane as well. And for those of you who like podcasts, be on the lookout for that. But that's also part of a broader, I think, goal, which is to find new ways of telling stories about history, finding new ways to bring manuscript materials and archival materials to light. As scholars, we sort of seem to have a special and privileged access to these materials. But something like Omar Ibn Said's autobiography really ought to be accessible to everyone. It's that important. And part of that is digitizing these materials. Part of it is translating and transcribing the original documents. So my role was really just to take some of the English language documents in the collection, which are really remarkable, and just transcribe them. Now, many of you in this audience look like you're of a generation that probably knows how to read cursive. But some of you may not. Reading cursive is actually a dying art. And it's not just reading cursive, but going through some of these 19th century manuscripts, the handwriting is actually difficult to read. I happen to have, decades now of experience reading 19th century handwriting, so I thought, let's put those skills to good use. I transcribed some of these materials to make them more accessible in the overall digital platform of the project. But actually, transcribing 19th century and archival materials, it's much like how Allah described translating materials from Arabic to English. You just get a closer bond to the language and to the artifacts. It just stays with you better. You sit with it. You just ruminate about it. And so doing these transcriptions led me to do some of my own research. I started noodling around on the Library of Congress's Chronicling America website, which is this incredible database of historical newspapers. And doing that led me to this 1863 obituary of Omar Ibn Said in a North Carolina newspaper. So how many enslaved people got their obituaries written in a newspaper in the 19th century? It's just a testament to the kind of celebrity of Omar. But that was my connection to this project. And it was really, I tell you all, a tremendous thrill to get to the library and have an opportunity to work on something as important, significant, and tremendous as this.
Terrific. Sylviane, your engagement with Omar might be the longest, certainly over 20 years or so, and you've intersected with the collection and the Library of Congress on a couple of occasions over those couple of decades. Could you tell us about that and what it all means to you today?
My encounter with Omar probably started when I decided to write this book on Muslims enslaved in the Americas. And I don't remember exactly when I got this idea. I think it was probably 93, 94. So I encountered Omar then. But I had kind of two encounters, if you will, with him. I mentioned earlier that, that he was taken a prisoner of war in 1807, and during this anti-Abdelkader Khan coalition. And I mean, to me, there's a family connection there. Suleiman Bal, whose text I read earlier, and Abdelkader Khan, as well as many of the Islamist reformists, studied at Pire in Senegal, which is a very renowned school, which was founded by my ancestor, Khali Amar Fall, in 1603. So I had this particular connection. Then, while I was writing, I was almost finished, when I was writing Servants of Allah, I learned that in 96, I learned that there was this auction in New York of the manuscript plus others. So I went there, not exactly to buy it, even though I tried to interest somebody who had more money than I did, to buy it. So I got there and I was looking, at the document, and this young man, came and very affable and sociable, and he told me that he wanted to buy it and introduce himself. Derek Beard, Muslim, and we started to talk, and the price was not that expensive at all. And I thought, well, he's there all alone. I'm sure, a lot of other people are interested as well. And I was kind of appalled by the fact that nobody bid for that collection. He was the only one. And I was happy for him, but I thought, okay, there's no museum, there's no archive, library, university, collectors who are interested in this unique, because it was not only the manuscript, it was other things as well. I thought, okay, nobody is interested. And, I was surprised and I was disappointed as well. Fortunately, the interest came after, but at least the good thing about the fact that Derek bought it is that he was really, he really gave it, he really exposed it in the sense that he was always willing to lend it to scholars and others, to have it read, translated, written about. He did something that was, in my view, very moving. As I mentioned, he bought it in 1966, in 1996. In 1998, he took it to Senegal. So, to share it with the people of Senegal, with the scholars and others there. And Omar never made it back, but his manuscript did. And I thought that was, moving, and that's who Derek was.
Thank you. I will be opening it up to questions in a minute. Any sort of final thoughts before we open it up to questions, Alan?
So since there is a large number of young people here, I think one important thing to say, one important advice is learn foreign languages, right? The narrative of multiculturalism that we have in the US, as positive as it is, shortchanges the fact that people come with their own cultures to this country, and those cultures are encoded in their own languages. And often the only access you have to other people's cultures is if you take the time to learn languages. Not everything comes in English.
So before I open up to questions, please join me in saying thank you to our terrific panel. So questions? Yes, sir.
Hi, Ismail Royer from the Religious Freedom Institute. Thank you. This is a fascinating and overlooked topic, all of you. And I was wondering if you could, anyone who wanted to, could say something about what this collection, or more broadly, what the collection of materials that's available from enslaved Muslim slaves says about the ability to practice Islam as slaves. We know that there was originally under slavery, slaves were not permitted even to be Christians. So what did the slave owners and so on, how did they handle their slaves that were Muslims? What did they do to either allow or oppress that?
I can address that. There were two different kinds of things, of attitude. You had really, Muslims, enslaved Muslims were known in the sense that people knew that they were. And that's why, you have all these testimonies of journalists and travelers and slave holders, etc., mentioning, my so-and-so is. So it was known. So you had this attitude, especially in Catholic countries, where they had to convert. So the idea was, you have to be, to be Christian. And so you have all these crypto Muslims, who in an overt manner, say that, they are Christian, or, go through the motions, and actually, remain Muslims. Then you also have people who know that, the people they have enslaved can read and write, and as, it was mentioned by a number of American scholars at the time, that created jealousy in slaveholders, because they themselves were illiterate. So that was kind of an impediment also to learn more about the people they had enslaved. You also had in the United States, this idea that the Muslims were not Africans, that they were Arabs who had been taken kind of by mistake, and that those Muslims, those Arabs, despised the rest of the Africans. So there was sometimes, this attempt at putting people one against the other. So you had a kind of a multiplicity of attitudes concerning them, but we also find, for example, in the Sea Islands of Georgia, people who had been enslaved and who had been freed were interviewed in the 1930s, and who described their parents and their grandparents praying several times a day, having prayer beads, having turbans. So we know that they continued on the plantations, to actually pray. Again, we have all those different attitudes. The thing is that Islam did not, Islam as brought by the West Africans did not really continue, even in countries like Brazil, where, you had really established communities, so that's what I
Thank you for the question. Other questions?
Yeah. This slide, please. Just a couple of questions. One is, what do you know about Omar Ibn Said's descendants, relatives in Senegal? And for that matter, what do you know about his family in North Carolina? Does he have descendants that we know about? And two, what do you know about the provenance of the documents from Omar Ibn Said to Derek Beard? How did Derek Beard acquire the documents?
The provenance of the sale, how it came to Mr. Beard?
How it came to Mr. Beard?
There is a well-documented provenance because the title page, as I was mentioning, which is written in English, describes exactly the way it says written by Omar and then given by another slave and then transmitted ultimately to a man called Theodore Dwight. Dwight was a member of the American Ethnological Society, and there's he then sends the manuscript to another man, to Isaac Bird, who then has another. There's a letter actually in Theodore Dwight collection that has been acquired by the Library of Congress as well, within that rich collection, in which you see Isaac Bird responding to Theodore Dwight. So there's a conversation between them about a number of manuscripts that have been sent to Isaac Bird for translating. Isaac Bird in later life goes to Hartford, Connecticut and opens a school, right, a private school. I mean, he has been a linguist in the Middle East for many years, and he ends his life as a principal in Hartford. But he is well known, and that manuscript gets sent to him, and he has it, and then it ends up with, I think, the secretary of the American Numismatic Society or something. We know that as well. And then the manuscript, I think, ends up in his family, kind of hidden in an attic. And then finally it comes out and it goes to that ends up at the Swan Gallery at that auction that Sylviane has introduced. And so there's actually a well-known record of it, quite a remarkable one. As to your first question, Omar never married or sired children in the U.S. I mean, he remained a lonely man, a lonely presence for whatever reasons. I mean, maybe he didn't want his children to be sold into slavery, right? I mean, maybe he saw what happened in Charleston, where he spent 2 years, and saw what the way families were treated, that they were not respected as families at all. And so, in a sense, I think he never had children. He never had a progeny in the U.S.
I just want to add one thing to the question of the provenance of the autobiography. One of the moments where the autobiography reappears is in the early 20th century, when a scholar named J. Franklin Jameson somehow gets his hands on it and actually translates it and publishes it in the American Historical Review, which is the leading journal for American historians. So this is a document that's been discussed by historians for 100 years and then has a much longer history than that. But Jameson, the man who translated and published this, then went on to become the chief of the manuscripts division here at the Library of Congress. So there is a long Library of Congress connection to this document.
So we have a question over here.
Yes, I'm Angela Pachean. I'm a PhD student at Howard University. Thank you so much for your contributions. It's just beyond. Two questions. One, will the manuscript ever be printed and bound for students to be able to read and to be able to, have a course with a book? And two, I'm thinking about the writings of Charles Mills in The Racial Contract, and I'm wondering how you posit the importance of both of those writings together. And I know they're completely different. I know they're from completely different eras, but if you're familiar with The Racial Contract and the importance of that piece, as well as compared to Omar Ibn Said's.
So I'll speak to the first question, which is the manuscript is available. It's now available on the website of the Library of Congress itself, of course, in its full glory. But it's also available in translation in my book. I hate to be, since you were asking that question, I can take that occasion to disavow plugging my book, right?
I'll plug it for you.
Please.
Yeah.
Everybody get
Adam will plug it for me.
Is this the book that's for sale outside at the break? Is that the book we're talking about? Right?
Did Did I say that?
But yes, available online. We also have facsimile editions for on-site research, so that's one of the exciting things about this theme throughout. It's been available, studied on and off for quite a long time, and now it's readily available to schools everywhere, high schools to colleges to book clubs to churches. You just go on, as long as you have a computer and internet connection, it's there for you. So that's a very exciting aspect of all of this. Did we answer this? Was there a second part to the question?
So I actually cannot answer that question.
That's fine.
But I do think that it is an exciting opportunity to have this source available to enter into all sorts of scholarly conversations about race and slavery in American history, about archival power, about religion and power. There are so many conversations that this particular document and set of documents speaks to. And that's one of the reasons why it's so exciting to have this material so readily and generally available up on the website. So scholars can talk about it, students can talk about it on every level. Just to give you one example, I'm teaching an Atlantic history class this semester at Georgetown, and every week students have to post an artifact to a map about Atlantic history, and then completely unprovoked by me, 2 weeks ago, one of the students used the Omar Ibn Said autobiography for the map. Like the day after I think it came online. So it's out there, it's being used, and it can enter into every conversation that we can have about these issues.
Terrific, and I believe we have a question over here.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Imam Ali Siddiqui. I'm from Muslim Institute. I'm in the process of writing a history of Muslims of Americas, going back to Dr. Leo Weiner's. My question is this Arabic manuscript of our elders, Omar Said, is it in a Fusha Arabic or local Arabic? And do we find the names of his teachers?
He does mention the name of his teachers, and he actually refers to their names, and he refers to one of them as his own brother. One thing that we need to remember about Omar, and this is really critically important about him and about someone else who was also a friend of his and someone whose title on the title page, is that these men's native languages were not Arabic, right? These men were Africans and they spoke, that's right, they spoke local language, they spoke languages. So they have their own, obviously, mother tongue. Arabic was the language of scholarship and literacy in the same way, shall we say, that Latin was the language of scholarship and literacy in Europe for a very long time, right? So that's one thing that that needs to be, I think, mentioned this time and goes, I think, fits into your question. The other thing is about the level of the register of Arabic. And yes, the register is a Fusha, right? The register is a high. It's not a demotic. It's not a local dialect. It's really a Fusha, right? Formal Arabic.
Thanks. So I see. Oh, sorry, Adam,
to that,
please. Yeah.
Very quickly, at the beginning of the autobiography, Omar Ibn Said apologizes for the quality of the writing because he says he's basically forgotten Arabic and his own language. So there's just that hint of loss there. I mean, he may be overly modest.
After 24 years.
Yeah.
I will just add that, for example, in the other autobiography that I mentioned from Abu Bakr al-Siddiq, who said actually that he was a Shofa, he was a descendant of the Prophet. He also gives a long list of his teachers. And there are documents in other parts of the Americas written in different types of Arabic, in Ajami as well. It's really interesting that I think that to translate is one thing, to interpret is another. And there's really a lot of work that needs to be done on all those documents that exist, because sometimes, they've been translated years ago or decades ago by people who spoke Arabic, but not necessarily the Arabic that was used in West Africa. And also the interpretation of those, because there are quite a few occult documents, and those need to be interpreted by people who can do that. And it's not necessarily scholars who can do that, but marabout, imams, etc.
So this is great. I saw 3 hands. We're going to start here.
Yeah, I think here this gentleman has been.
First of all, thank you to all 3 of you.
Yeah, hold on, we actually have it teed up. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Maybe this question requires a little bit of speculation, but I would pose it toward Dr. Diouf. In these days where people are doing things like Finding Your Roots, which is one of my favorite programs, have you found in your research that there are any families that have returned to their practice of Islam after discovering that their predecessor was a Muslim, or that were actually practicing Islam without the knowledge that their predecessor was a Muslim?
I think there are probably both of that. The thing is that what we've seen a few years ago is that people whose DNA was, for example, said to be, because I have my reservation about that, said to be Fulbe or Hausa, so people who are mostly Muslims, then some of the people actually became Muslims, or Muslims today add their DNA traits to check if their ancestors were Muslims as well. So it's kind of now this is again this is kind of those are situations that are a little iffy, if you will, and religion, I don't know if, biology can give you any kind of way of becoming Muslims. I mean, to me, it's a little complicated.
So we have a question over here.
Yes, to the distinguished panel and to the distinguished people here. My name is B.M. Shakir. I'm from Fayetteville, North Carolina, where there in Fayetteville, North Carolina, when Omar Ibn Said came there and went to the jail, he wrote the Arabic on the wall. We have the church there, the First Presbyterian Church, where in their history of the First Presbyterian Church, they have Omar annotated, but they refer to him as Uncle More. And as to the question that was earlier discussed, whether he accepted Christianity or not, we find that he did not convert to Christianity. As one of the scholars said, based on the circumstances and the situation he found himself in, he did many things in order to adapt. The same way that from our ancestors, when they went down by the river, maybe they sung a song, it was coded language in order to adapt. Now, I just want to mention one thing. The young lady was asking the question about if any of the predecessors converted or accepted al-Islam or became Muslims. The late Dr. Sierra Lincoln, who was a theologian there at the Duke University, he said there's something in the African-American makeup, he called it the Islamic genetic memory. The Islamic genetic memory. That somewhere in some place in time in our families, that gene or that genetic memory is going to awaken in us. Now, in my family, I'm the only one that accepted. I heard the call. and I accepted Al-Islam in 1973. Now, we also have built 2 edifices in Fayetteville, North Carolina, honoring our great ancestor, Omar Ibn Said. We built 2 masjids, or house of worship. This gentleman here, under his leadership, we built the first one as indigenous Muslims in North Carolina. We structured Omar Ibn Said. Then, when the highway department came through and declared eminent domain, well, we took that money and we built another masjid. Plus, we have a marker in North Carolina that recognizes Omar Ibn Said that was issued by the state of North Carolina. And these are very important things because Omar Ibn Said is all of us. Everyone sitting in this room is Omar Ibn Said. What I like about your presentation is first you talked about him as a human being. He was a human being. You talked about his humanity. Then you also emphasized his intellectual enlightenment. If you don't know, Omar was very influential in bringing public education to North Carolina through its legislation. And we thank you very much for allowing us to be here at this great, great program honoring a great, great human being, Omar Ibn Said.
Thank you for that. We might have time for 1, maybe 2 more questions, but we have one here.
I'll be very quick. Thank you, everyone, for a wonderful talk. Question is linguistics related. I'm curious, what forms of materials potentially are left in the various forms of Arabic? The Ajami was brought up just a second ago, and Fusha, what have you, as well as languages written in Arabic script, or just other African languages. I'm curious what all we have, regardless of religion. So, yeah, I would be curious to see what's there. Thank you.
Well, I think that in the United States, I mean, there are not many manuscripts that have been found. But in other countries, you have Hausa, written in Arabic script. I think it's in Trinidad, there's Yoruba, written in Arabic script. So, and again, the corpus is not enormous, and other things, may be found, but, you also had people who actually and it's not me who says that because I'm not capable of knowing that, but people whose knowledge of Arabic was actually much better than Omar's, and who also quote, a number of books, that they had read before they were enslaved, etc. So there is really, you see really kind of an elite of scholars, people who had attained, a high level of scholarship. We find that in Brazil and in some other countries as well. Now, when there was just very briefly this mention of conversion, in Jamaica, there is a case, for example, of a man of a Muslim who converted, and what that gave him was, access to paper, to notebooks, and in one of them, he wrote a 50-page treatise on how to remain a good Muslim. These kind of things, and how to preserve the community. You had missionary also who gave Bibles in Arabic to Muslims, and that was for them, that was great because you could read. Omar also had, some also received Qurans, and in Brazil, actually the Muslims organized themselves to have Qurans in Arabic imported from France and bought them. People who were enslaved bought the Korans by installments, taking a year sometimes, to actually buy them, and then they organized networks from Rio to Bahia, to send those Korans to other Muslims.
So, I see more hands up, but unfortunately, we've come to the end of our time. And I've been handed a note that appears to be in Arabic itself, Mary Jane. But I will. So a couple of things. One, we'll be taking a break in a minute. There will be lunch at the back. And also then at 12:30, we'll be showing a couple of videos, I believe. One from the Library of Congress itself, and one from our high school participants that are here today with us. So before we reconvene, again, I would appreciate you joining me in thanking just a terrific panel and a wonderful conversation.
I'm Leanne Potter, and I direct the new Office of Learning and Engagement in the library's new Center for Learning, Literacy, and Engagement here at the Library of Congress. A bit of background. I want to talk with you a little bit about how students got involved with the Omar Ibn Said collection and how these students got involved with creating the documentary films that you're going to have a chance to see in just a minute. So this past fall, colleagues from around the library gathered to talk about this acquisition. And in the course of those conversations, we spoke about how the library would not only make the collection available, but also provide opportunities for lots of promotion. We talked about articles that would be written. We talked about the text that would appear on the website. We talked about tweets and so on. And in the course of that conversation, we also talked about how might we get young student voices involved in the conversation. And I was really thrilled that my colleagues were as energetic at the possibility of introducing students to the collection even before it became available online. This is very new for us. The library hasn't done anything quite like this before, and so in just a minute, you guys are going to see the results of us trying something new, and I hope you'll be as excited about it as we are. We reached out to two local teachers, George Mayo, who's over there getting his lunch, who is at Montgomery Blair High School in Silver Spring, Maryland, and we reached out to Michelle Santos, who's over here eating her lunch, who roped in her colleague John Sims at Richard Wright Public Charter School for Journalism and Media Arts here in the district. I like that you guys have moved because now we're getting voices around the room. This is good. And I sent them an email. And in this initial email that I wrote to them, I shared some information about the Omar Ibn Said collection and the library's plans for it, and asked if they thought that they had some students who might be interested in working with us to create some related documentaries. I am very happy to report that they said yes, and we're very intrigued with possibilities. So thank you, George and Michelle and John, for that. Since that initial email at the very end of October, 13 students from the two schools have been conducting original research. In fact, I just told both groups that they probably, no offense folks, know more about Omar Ibn Said in this collection than at least half the people in this room. These kids have been doing their homework. Not only have they been doing research, they have also been collecting footage here at the library. They have been learning more about copyright. They have been conducting interviews, they have been drafting narratives, and more in order to create the two documentary films that we're excited to share with you momentarily. I really need to emphasize that this was a pilot effort on our side, but absolutely not a pilot effort on their side. This one required buy-in here at the library and support from extraordinary colleagues across the Library of Congress. So I really want to send a little shout out and thank you to my colleagues in the Africa and Middle East Division, as well as the Communications Office. my colleagues in our digitization lab, my colleagues in the conservation lab, our colleagues in the acquisitions division, as well as my team in the Learning and Innovation office. A project like this does not just happen. It happens when folks are willing and able to work together and make it happen. So thank you all for that. It also required amazing coordination, and thank goodness for Kalina Black, who's right there pretending to be mild-mannered. She did an exceptional job serving as this pilot project's manager. Her enthusiasm and her organizational skills, coupled with her graciousness and tact, were absolutely vital to pull this one off. So thank you, Kalina. Now on with our show.
You asked me to write my life. I cannot write my life, for I have forgotten much of my talk as well as the talk of the Arabs. Oh brother, in the name of Allah, I ask you not to blame me, for my eye is weak as well as my body.
Omar Ibn Said was a famous and a scholarly African-American Muslim who came here in the early 1800s. But Omar Ibn Said's manuscript shows that he was a scholar. He was a world's traveler before he was even captured and enslaved.
It is the only known existing manuscript in Arabic written by a slave. And it's written by a man who is still a slave. He arrived when he was 37. He died, he was over 80. Over a period of 40 years, he knew English. In Arabic, he knew that no one could understand what he said. And therefore, he could be more truthful, if you want, less fearful.
The fact that these materials are written in Arabic sort of changes what we believe we know about American slavery and about those individuals who were enslaved in America. In a typical classroom, when students are introduced to American slavery, there is a section in their textbook, and that section in their textbook may or may not introduce many details about specific individuals. So I think part of what this collection does is it lends an original voice that we've never heard before to a story that we thought we knew.
It opens a window into 200 years ago. What was West Africa like? Who were the people who were on that continent? So we begin asking new questions, the questions about the lives of those slaves before they became slaves.
My name is Omar Ibn Said. My birthplace, Futa, between the two rivers.
He was born in an area which was between two rivers, probably what is Senegal today. And there he grows up and he studies. So he says, I spent 26 years studying. And you say, okay, what was he studying? He doesn't elaborate. One has to assume that he went beyond reading and writing to doing much more.
Then they came to our country, a big army. It killed many people. It took me and walked me to the big sea and sold me in the hand of a Christian man.
There was tribal warfare in the region, and he is caught. And then he is sold into slavery. He is sold to merchants who were buying slaves. And he is then put on a ship. And he sails for 6 weeks.
He also talked about his experience when he arrived here, making it into what he called Charlestown, and being badgered and misused and abused to the point that he had to escape.
So they captured him and they put him in jail. And so he stays there, and he is alone in a room, and he begins writing on the wall. He begins writing. And he writes in Arabic, because that's a language he knew. He could not understand what people were saying around him.
And they was curious about this guy, they wrote this writing. They thought that the Africans had no culture, no history, couldn't read and write. Omar Ibn Said dispels that. He could read, he could write, and he was very scholarly.
On Friday, a man came and opened the door of the jail, and I saw many men whose language was Christian. They called to me, "Is your name not Omar? Is it not Said?" I did not understand the Christian language.
He refers to them as the Owens, and they are, one of them turns out to be the governor of North Carolina. And he takes him in, and then he says that there were good men who believed in God, who had the Bible, and who read to him the Bible.
Anywhere from 25 to 28% of the population that was brought here were Muslims. The same prophets that we find in the Quran, we find in the Bible. So he was able to intertwine, interrelate those experiences.
But when he writes his biography, he begins with a verse from the Quran. And the verse from the Quran is, again, a very interesting choice. It is the verse which refers to domination, which refers to ownership, Surat al-Mulk. And in Islam, all ownership belongs to God. God is the only owner. It can be understood as a criticism of the whole institution of slavery. And he does this in the subtle way of saying, you really have no right to own another human being.
They robbed their culture, they robbed their identity, they disconnected them from family. There was no connection.
I reside in our country because of the great harm. The infidels took me unjustly and sold me.
It's one of those stories that will always be relevant. Today, around the world, there are tens of millions of people who are enslaved. So Omar Ibn Said humanizes the experience of a person in his own words.
If this is a voice we've never heard of before, and these materials have been out there, what other materials exist? What other stories can we help uncover? And how can those stories together help us better understand an episode of our nation's past that maybe we don't understand as thoroughly as we ought to?
There's a lot of insights that can be pulled out of it if people take it not with bigotry in their heart or arrogance in their heart, but to look for the insight. You see concrete, grass come up out of concrete, or trees grow up out of concrete. So out of the concrete of enslavement, you found positive Muslim personalities rising out. Things will get better, things will be better, and that's what they represent. Hope that things will get better.
The manuscript of Omar Ibn Said signifies the spread of knowledge about the African Muslim community, specifically as it relates to the American slave trade, religion, and race relations. The other aspect of the library's collection is the African Islamic Manuscript Collection, a series containing such documents as the visionary religious Arabic manuscripts of Sheikh Sanasi, a mystical account of the creation of the world and of mankind by Muhammad Dakur, and various translations of the Omar Ibn Said narrative. The attainment and dissemination of all of these required years of correspondence between significant missionaries, ethnographers, historians, and scholarly specialists. At the core of this company was Theodore Dwight, a New Yorker, abolitionist, and founding member of the American Ethnological Society, who campaigned for a better understanding and appreciation of African Islamic culture.
He was interested in introducing African culture to this country, so people will understand better, the background of the African people, and not just seeing them as slaves. So he collected a number of important manuscripts written by slaves of his time, and through the help of various people, including 2 presidents of Liberia. So, therefore we have now a collection of 42 items, and each one is unique in its own way.
Long before each of Dwight's pieces could find a permanent place in the archives, the individual documents passed through dozens of hands. An extensive and interconnected chain of acquisition brought the collection to its current home. Beginning with Theodore Dwight, the manuscripts first went to David Bliss, a notable missionary, founder of the prestigious American University of Beirut, and fellow founding member of AES. Shortly after the documents were returned to Dwight, they passed through the offices of the first and second presidents of Liberia, Joseph Jenkins Roberts and Stephen Allen Benson, respectively. After the documents were given back once again, they were studied by numismatist Howland Wood, likely from his home state of Massachusetts. The collection was then given to Dr. F. M. Musa and Isaac Bird in order to be translated from Arabic into English. After quite a number of years with them, the papers went to accomplished historian John Franklin Jameson in Washington, D.C. The last known individual to have the Omar Ibn Said manuscript was Derek Beard, a philanthropist and art collector based in California. This process of analyzing, translating, and simply appreciating the collection created a comprehensive web of people, all dedicated to scholarly integrity and sharing knowledge. Finally, in 2002, the full collection began its journey to the library.
The original owner, Derek Beard, was an art collector, and he first displayed the Omar Ibn Said manuscript here at the library in 2002 at a symposium. So when the materials were made available at Sotheby's, the library decided to acquire them and use library funding to acquire those manuscripts in 2017.
When broken down, the library's basic acquisition process is really only 5 steps: identification, approval and funding, exchange and partnerships, copyright deposit, and purchase. But it's not actually so straightforward.
It sounds like a very simple thing to say, but this is actually a very pretty big project involving a lot of different offices collaborating together over a period of time in order to achieve that goal of eventually presenting the collection online to the general public, to anyone who is interested in looking at.
While the mechanism and the infrastructure for how we make it happen may have changed, the purpose behind it is the same. Building the collection, building up the relationship, and you do that through communication. And that communication means improves with each generation and technology improvements.
The library is a research institution, meaning like we have, millions and millions of materials that are available for scholars, but we also have these materials for education purposes. So teachers will be able to come in and use the Omar Ibn Said collection for their classroom. They can use this collection, design a history class. Scholars can come in, look at these materials from a different perspective and write their scholarly papers or publications. And the general public can just come and look at the collection and just simply learn more about the history of this country, about slavery. Definitely the collection is of great value to our people, not just now. It's also important for generations to come.
So what has happened is this is just one set of documents that's added to that research, that rich research field for anyone to explore. And it also helps establish either boundaries, or it helps break down boundaries among those disciplines to say that they really are not that separate. They all begin to meld. And the beauty of having access to a broad array of content is that it allows the researcher, the scholar, the student to be able to pull these pieces together and see how they do overlap, how they intertwine, how they meld, and how there is likely no real strong line of demarcation among all of these disciplines.
Well, you have to think about it. If Theodore Dwight did not put an emphasis on this collection, on this manuscript, if he did not correspond with others, this manuscript may not have survived. It was his effort to retain, to keep this manuscript, to bring in other scholars to write about, to translate, to communicate, and to retain this collection that made it possible for the manuscript in a way to survive. And so, as you see, there are the creators, the one who has actually written the manuscript, Omar Ibn Said, and then there are the enablers who enable those materials to be made public. And the Library of Congress is doing the same thing by creating a website, by making these materials available. We enable the learning process about the society, about Omar Ibn Said.
Before an artifact can go on display, it must go through a lengthy conservation process that ensures the artifacts can be enjoyed for generations to come. Before anything can happen, the departments involved in preservation and presentation get together and decide which artifacts are the top of their priorities and how feasible each project is. After an artifact is given the green light, it heads to conservation where it undergoes intense inspection and repair. Shelley Smith, head of book conservation at the Library of Congress, and Sylvia A, senior paper conservator, talked to us about the conservation process.
Broadly, we treat the collections of the Library of Congress. We make sure that they are well cared for, that they are stored and housed properly, that they can be accessed and used by researchers and scholars and visitors.
The conservators told us about how they get to interact with artifacts in unique ways in order to learn more about the historical context of the documents.
Well, because I think that items have layers of stories to tell. And there's their immediate appearance, there's what's written in the text in the case of a manuscript, but there's also what it's composed of, how it was designed, how it was put together. It all means something, and so you can tell a different story with the technical information than necessarily what's written in the text.
Looking at the Omar Ibn Said documents, the conservators were able to analyze the paper that allowed them to make predictions about the origins of the document. The original autobiography was written with iron gall ink. This ink is known for its rich color and durability. It's created by a chemical reaction between tannic acid and iron sulfate. This causes the tannic acid to produce a dark color when exposed to oxygen. Tannic acid is found in galls, which are growths on an oak tree in response to parasites. To extract the acid, the galls are crushed, boiled, or chemically fermented using mold. The fermentation method will result in the blackest ink, but takes the longest. Because of the acidic nature, the ink is known to be fairly corrosive over time and prone to color changes. The conservators found the ink had not corroded much of the paper, so it was likely of a very high quality.
We try as much as possible in conservation to be sure that what we do doesn't inalterably change something, but sometimes it is necessary. And to attempt a treatment procedure that has the potential, there's always a chance that something unexpected could happen. And it involves a fair amount of guts to be able to go through and say, test and test and test, but then put a piece of paper in a bath of water. You just have to jump in.
The conservators have to be very careful when interacting with the documents. They made it clear that their purpose is to make the documents as accessible as possible while maintaining its integrity. After conservation has finished their work on the artifacts, they are sent to the digitization lab where they are photographed and prepared to be put online.
We are responsible for digitizing items from the cultural heritage collections to make them available online so that people around the world can see them.
The lab has a variety of equipment in order to present the artifacts with the best lighting and most accurate quality available. Their equipment ensures that the files accessible online are accurate and replicating what the documents may be like in person.
New color checker
because our job is to capture items at true to color form. Color accuracy is very important. So each color swatch here has an aim point, which is a number value that we strive to set up the camera toward.
Similar to conservation, the lab has to be very careful not to damage any documents, so they use special machinery to handle them and get the best picture possible. This is the rare book modulator, which is a special scanner that holds pages flat, pressed against the glass, but the table underneath the glass moves in such a precise manner that the glass is able to apply little to no pressure on the book itself, reducing any damage. The Omar Ibn Said documents were so old that the digitization process had to take place inside the conservation lab to avoid any damage. The library works to ensure that all artifacts remain intact so that they're accessible to scholars and the general public.
A lot of scholars and researchers, a lot can't come here to the library, and we have a lot of things here, one-of-a-kind things, that given sometimes the fragility of an item, determines whether it can be served to the public or not.
After digitization, the artifacts are posted online for scholars and the general public to view. The library uses a technique called metadata to attach keywords to various artifacts so that anyone can search for a topic on the library's website.
So some of the things that we've handled in the past are top treasure items here at the library, such as documents that created the U.S., for example, which would entail the rough draft of the Declaration of Independence, Gettysburg Address, and so on.
To bring out something that's so iconic and see people's reaction to it and see them interact with history. And there's something that's so immediate and intimate about a person seeing a document that is so much a part of our American life.
No matter whether it's the Declaration of Independence or the Omar Ibn Said manuscripts, the Library of Congress is filled with artifacts that are each a piece in the puzzle of America's rich history. Today you saw an inside look at the process through which these artifacts are preserved for scholars, researchers, and the general public for generations to come.
Omar Ibn Said was a wealthy Islamic scholar who was born and educated in an African region then called Futa Toro. He was born in the late 1700s and received 25 years of schooling in Africa. He studied in Bundu under his brother Sheikh Muhammad Said. Said was mostly known for his Arabic autobiography. Despite his inability to speak English, his autobiography describes how he was captured by a great army and placed on a great ship headed to Charleston, South Carolina. Almost half of all enslaved Africans were brought to Charleston before being sold. Said managed to escape his cruel master and fled to Fayetteville, North Carolina, where he was recaptured and sent to a prison camp. Omar Ibn Said was discovered and eventually taken into the household of Jim Owen and John Owen, who was the governor of North Carolina at that time. He remained with the Owens until his death in 1864. He became the first known slave to write an autobiography in Arabic in the U.S. His manuscripts show a long tradition of written culture in Africa at that time. They also provide a tremendous tool for research on Africa in the 18th and 19th century.
We wanted to know what the process was coming from Muslim countries to America. When did it start? And the earliest we could trace it back to was from Africa. It was Muslims from Africa who came, who were the first Muslims in America. And so we invited different professors to cover this conference on Muslims in America. And so we had Sylviane Diouf from Senegal who came. She's actually one of the writers in this book. We had Derek Beard who came, and I'll say a few words now about him. Then we had professors from Asia, Pakistan, who spoke about the Asian migration. We had professors from the Middle East who spoke about Muslims from the Middle East coming. And so, but the earliest were from Africa. And Derek Beard was a collector. He was not a scholar, he was a collector. And he owned the manuscript of Omar Ibn Said. He was the owner. And he said he had found it, he had purchased it, and it was in his collection, his family's collection, and that was 2002. And when he talked about it, and he displayed it for all the people who had come to their conference, he said, it should be here at the Library of Congress. It should be part of the library's collections. And we all said, yes, of course it should be. But at that point, he was not selling and we were not buying. But that's how we found out it existed.
It provided historical information and cultural information about the existence of Africans who came here enslaved, and they were Muslims. You don't really hear much, or at least I didn't when I was growing up, and about the Muslim contributions in the United States. We're still learning more about Omar Ibn Said because he wrote his own autobiography. And when we talk about enslaved Africans here and what they contributed to the United States, you don't really realize who individuals were. We've learned a lot just from this one man and a little bit about his life in the past. But we have other histories that are being researched and found, and we get more information right now, and I thought that was very important.
In 2017, Derek Beard, the previous owner of the manuscripts, reached out to the Library of Congress to inform them of his declining health. He also informed them of his willingness to sell his Omar Ibn Said collection to the well-known auction house Sotheby's, located in London, England.
All these materials were, in fact, in England. And so they were then shipped to us here in a big crate. I mean, it was a huge crate of wood with metal all wrapped up, and they were all screwed on. We had screws on the box, and it arrived to great fanfare to Washington, and we took one of the major rooms here next to us in Rare Books, which is a very beautiful room, and everybody gathered. There are 25 chiefs, directors, and, important people from around the library. Everyone came, and we started unscrewing that box, and people were taking films and they were taking photographs and so on, and this is how it arrived.
Before the library acquired these manuscripts, Derek Beard traveled to many places, granting various academic institutions, art galleries, museums, and even historians an opportunity to examine the documents.
We call it the Library of Congress, and of course this is how it started. But we're also the National Library of the United States. And so to have this here means that A, it was purchased with taxpayers' dollars. It was purchased by Americans. It is American money. It is not a private collector's money. It is the money coming from our tax dollars that purchased this manuscript. And it is available for every American to come and see and to use and to do research.
Mr. Beard granted a Yale professor the permission to make copies of the autobiography and publish a book titled A Muslim American Slave, The Life of Omar Ibn Said.
And in Islam, all ownership belongs to God. Only God is an owner. No one owns anything. We come, we live, and then we die. We really are not owner. But why does he start his biography with Surah Al-Mulk? Clearly, he is telling the people that, ownership is God's. It's not yours. You have no right to own, and certainly not to own a human being, another human being. So what I'm simply saying here is that Omar Ibn Said's autobiography opens up a world. A world we are looking at a history which has really not been written yet. There is so much that can be discovered from the existing manuscripts in Africa. Okay? This one was written here. However, he comes from a long tradition of those who wrote manuscripts there. See? So Senegal has a large collection of manuscripts. Mali has a wonderful collection of manuscripts. Nigeria is enormously rich with manuscripts. And those manuscripts are about everything, from medicine to the stars, to astronomy and cosmology, to culture, traditions, food, anything you want. They need to be preserved. So, in a way, Omar Ibn Said is leading the way and taking us back to West Africa and saying, I'm bringing you this, but, look at what my ancestors did, and what they wrote and what they contributed. And those things need to be preserved as well, you see. We need to go back, and we need to go to Nigeria, we need to go to Mali, we need to go everywhere, and we need to digitize these manuscripts.
It reveals a lot about, like I said earlier, the history and the culture of the two continents, which are so far apart, and yet they're being brought together by this man. And so when we're looking at history, studying history, American history, we actually also have to look at the rest of the world because we're all connected. So to me, that's the importance of this collection. And so I'm very excited to be able to work with all the items and make sure they're properly digitized and make sure they are presented on our website so more people will be able to access them.
In July of 2018, Derek Beard sadly passed away, but with the help of the Library of Congress, they've continued to preserve the story of Omar Ibn Said with the help of their conservation team. Since the acquisition of these manuscripts, they've made a replica of these documents, which maintain its authentic texture and appearance.
So we use a device similar to these, but we hand carry a camera to the conservation division, and that's what we had done to do the Omar Said papers. They were done on site in conservation because they couldn't travel to this building, given their fragility and conditions that they were in. So as conservation was treating those, they would quickly call us and say, hey, we'd have 10 ready, we'd go over and shoot them and create the files. And the handling was done by them on site, and we would set up our camera and shoot right there on the premises. So as we had 10 documents or maybe 20 ready to go, I'd say within an hour to 2 hours, we were able to capture all of them from front to back. And so, the digitization side, because it's all instant capture, our newest technology, is very, very fast now. So the handling of the item could take a lot longer than the actual capturing process.
What happens with the ink paintings?
And it does in this case. What we try to do is salvage it by getting really good digital files to try and later historians or whomever can take those images and work with them on their end through using Photoshop to reestablish what the colors might have been. So there's a lot of that goes on outside of our realm. This is why it's very important to set it up to a color checker like I showed you, because that ensures that you're getting the color accuracy in today's color. But it can be recreated based on those numbers that we achieve on those targets. The life cycle of our technology runs about 10 years. So up until 10 years ago, we were using old linear technology, which doing a newspaper like we saw would be a pass of about 5 to 7 minutes per sheet. Today it's 2 seconds with no compromising quality or anything of that nature.
Can cause endless discussion amongst researchers when someone says, I think this is in this person's hand, and someone may disagree and think that it looks more like another person. But when you've got a manuscript like this that has the main body of the manuscript, but then it clearly has marginalia that's been written by someone else, it has pagination that may have been written by someone else, it has a cover that's added that has yet another style of hand on it. It's educated guesses based on evidence, and the more data points you have, the better. So the more examples that you have, the better. But mostly it is just a good. Absolutely, yeah.
And in addition to, you can see a lot in the microscope, difference between the inks, and you can see a lot in UV, and we also have infrared photography that we can apply, and that's very useful if somebody's tried to make a correction in the script. You can usually see a difference in one of those kinds of lighting conditions. Abolitionist people, they were studying these cultures in West Africa because they became convinced that the only way of stopping the slave trade was having the Muslim cultures intervene. So this book is his writing of his reading of a lot of different people's journeys into West Africa. But think how large Africa is. And so all these different people's journeys and what they discovered, and he comes to conclusion at the end of his book, the only way that we're going to be able to really say something meaningful about these cultures is if we learn the language and live there for a substantial period of time.
So my background is in literature and language. So I was very interested in the aspect of the story about how this is the only known slave narrative that was written by a slave who was in captivity in Arabic. So I was very interested in that aspect and the kind of authenticity that went to the manuscript, and also the kinds of questions that raised about others like him, about Arabic speakers who were slaves and their stories. So that was one of my access points. And I think also just the nuance that it added to my understanding or my learning about American slavery. I think that was also really interesting because I had not heard about him. I didn't know a lot about the history of Muslim slaves in America. So I think, for me it was good to be exposed to something that I didn't know anything about. And frankly, now I really feel like I should learn more. And like I said, I'm going back to kind of being proud of the institution, being proud to work here, because I think that it's wonderful to present another voice and present another example, and to really show diverse voices, even diversity within diversity, so to speak. So my hope is that bringing this collection forward, that many people who perhaps had never heard of the Library of Congress, or had never been to the Library of Congress, or had never used it for research, will be able to in some ways see themselves here, and be able to see that there is a value in history, in their history, and will be encouraged to come here or go online and further their own research, whether that's, like I said, for their academic projects or even for their personal research. So I really hope that they can also see the value in their own stories.
Throughout the process of creating this film, my peers and I gained a wealth of knowledge concerning the Islamic background of many Africans enslaved in America. These were human beings who were treated as animals, human beings with their own rich culture, set of beliefs, way of life, and families. It is our hope that the publishing of this document will help change the perception of Islam's history in America.
Look at this, we got 15 minutes. We can ask questions, you can go to the bathroom, you can do whatever you need to do. We're gonna get the other panel started in about 15 minutes, but I really would love it if you'd stick around. And if you have some questions for our young documentary filmmakers, I hope you'll take advantage of this chance to talk with them. And I really need to give a shout out to all of my colleagues. I had no idea you were extraordinary film talents. That was great fun. If those of you who were not pictured in the film look around, chances are good you're sitting next to somebody who was. Really awesome. All right. So, questions? Yeah, here's a question. Anchi, thanks.
My question is, have any of your ideas about history changed in the process of doing your work?
So I can answer that. At least for me, I really was able to look at history in a different way. Usually we learn history through textbook pages, maybe through some films in class, a lot of lectures. I would say this is the first time I was able to learn history in this kind of way and really feel like connected to Omar. It wasn't just, reading pages. I was so passionate about it, and it was really interesting to be kind of so involved with the history itself. And I feel like we should try to incorporate that more in our classrooms today. Also, learning such a personal story, it added another layer of depth to what my prior knowledge was about slavery in America. Before, it was more like you kind of get like a list of facts, like various aspects of slavery, but rarely did we ever hear a personal story besides maybe Frederick Douglass. And so being able to learn and experience hands-on the life of Omar Ibn Said was really impactful.
Other questions? Yeah, Jane. And actually, Davon, you guys come on up as well. We'll pull up chairs and pass the mics. That was a good question, by the way, wasn't it? All right, Jane.
A practical question, which is, are you going to post your videos online so that we can watch them again?
Yes.
Is that coming up soon, or are they already online? Or do you...
So our video is on YouTube, correct?
Okay.
It's on YouTube under the Blair Network Communications channel, and that's where our full video is.
Wonderful.
We will share that link, definitely.
Yeah. And also, ours is on Rich White PCS on YouTube also, so.
Yes, and we will share those. Awesome. All right, another question.
We have one over here.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Just want to give you all a shout out for your
amazing.
job well done. I wanted to ask, what was like the most difficult part in terms of like the production? I know the research was like really, really extensive, but in terms of like just putting together the whole entire thing, what was like the most, detailed part or the most, difficult part for you all?
So filmmaking is an incredibly complicated process. So I want to give a shout out to my sister school too. You guys were also incredible.
Thank you.
We know how hard it is to put together a really good film, especially of this length. For us, it was just a whole journey of learning about something we had no background knowledge about, Omar Ibn Said. I was really surprised to hear a lot of the things I heard, including how there was such a large population of Muslims who were brought to this country. I'd never heard a voice from that population before. And so the hardest part was definitely taking this vast amount of information that we had. Thank you so much to everyone at the library that gave us the opportunity to be exposed to all of that information. And to put it together into something that made sense and something that really communicated what we were trying to communicate, and going deeper than just the facts to the message. So I don't know if that's a specific thing, but that's kind of my favorite part of filmmaking and the most difficult part.
Another question. Great.
What was it that initially enticed you all to get involved in this project?
Well, I knew for one that I had never worked on a project with, almost with an institution rather than about an institution. In the past, most of my filmmaking has been about emailing 20, 30 people, hoping that maybe 2 get back to me. And with this, it was just given to me. It was like, oh, we have all these researchers, all these experts here for you to answer your questions. And I was given the opportunity to explore things. And I would never think I would have access to the conservation lab, to the digitization lab. So I think what really interested me was the ability to have a hands-on experience.
Yeah, same. We had the same experience. We walked in, they asked us to do a film. It was like, wow, let's do it. Because it was about literally someone that none of us really knew about. I never heard of Omar Ibn Said. I never even heard of him before. And just to be at the Library of Congress, the biggest library, to learn about Omar Ibn Said was amazing. This is the most fun film I've made in my life, because I'm not really a history person. Just to dig into the history and make it a film, this is the first time I've did it before, so this is amazing. It was a very great experience, definitely for all of us, I can say, on behalf of Richard Wright.
And also, to hear an institution like the Library of Congress come to us students and say, we want you to do something for us, was kind of like, whoa, what? We'd never had someone, so prestigious and well-known ask us, young people to do something so incredible. And we're not used to that. I think a lot of people kind of overlook young people, think that we can't do amazing things. So I really appreciate that the Library of Congress, kind of thought about us and really put their faith in us to make a good product.
Definitely.
Sorry, I had one.
Go ahead.
You go first, though. Go first.
Really?
Yeah, you're good.
This on? Okay. One thing for me that definitely inspired me to do it. Okay, so one, my stepdad is actually Muslim, so he teaches me a lot about it. So that what made me interested. And then with the help of my school, I'll actually be traveling to Africa this summer. I'm going to Egypt and Ethiopia. So. And so on that, and just learning Arabic, and going to Africa and having a Muslim stepdad, that was so much is around my life that just dealt with that, and I was like, I need to get on this project. And so that's definitely one of the major things that made me want to get on it. So go ahead.
What I wanted to add on to what Jancy said is someone else who had a ton of faith in us was our teacher, Mr. Mayo. And I know that I definitely, this was a huge undertaking, very daunting for sure, and Mr. Mayo from the beginning has had so much faith in us and has been such an amazing and encouraging teacher that when this opportunity presented itself, we weren't scared or nervous, we were so incredibly excited. So thank you, Mr. Mayo.
Okay, any other questions?
Just a quick one. I'm wondering if y'all are familiar with Yarrow Marmot, who was enslaved in Montgomery County a few years before Omar Ibn Said, but achieved his freedom and was pretty much an Islamic scholar in the same mold as Omar Ibn Said. It might be interesting to do a comparison study.
We're not familiar with that story, but that sounds really interesting.
No, I haven't heard of it either. I never heard of this person. You know, every day we find out new I won't even say African American, but black Africans that pretty much have contributed to history in general, black history. So it's a lot of people I never heard about. So I'm willing to do more research on a lot of people, but there's a lot that we don't know other than Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and the regular normal people. We still have a lot of more research to do on black history in general. So this month at my school, we're working on we're gonna do something different than Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and Rosa Parks. We're gonna do something bigger than that because we need to go deeper. It's more people that actually live in the DMV area that contributed to black history, so.
Outstanding. You guys are just terrific. And I need to say, first of all, a huge thank you for making this pilot successful from our vantage point. Thank you again to all of my colleagues who participated in making this work. And really, you guys need to know that the impact you had on us was really significant because it is so reaffirming when young people see the work that happens here as something that is valuable and important and interesting and exciting. I have had more colleagues who have gotten to know you guys in the last few weeks stopping me in the tunnels talking about how great you are and how much fun it's been for them to work with you because we need to know that the next generation cares as deeply about this kind of work as we do. And so we just feel really good around you. So come back anytime. We have little certificates for you. Oh. We have them for your teachers too. And we've decided to call this the Pilot Student Documentary Project celebrating the Omar Ibn Said collection.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah.
I am Anchi Hao, Program Specialist at the African and Middle Eastern Division and also Project Manager for the Omar Ibn Said Collection Project. I'm delighted to introduce this afternoon's panel titled The Role of the Library in Acquiring, Preserving, Digitizing, Cataloging, and Making Accessible the Omar Ibn Said Collection. This morning you have learned about the story of Omar Ibn Said and his autobiography. Now our afternoon panel will tell you part 2 of the story from the library's perspective. As project manager, in the past 9 months, I was very excited to work with a group of specialists from the library's several offices to preserve, catalog, and digitize the Omar Ibn Said collection, and to see it eventually mounted onto the library's website for public access. Under a very tight deadline, our team was able to work seamlessly and complete the project ahead of schedule. So this afternoon you are here, you have the opportunity to learn firsthand from the library's conservation, cataloging, and digitization specialists who will share their experience working with this amazing Omar Ibn Said collection. We have 6 specialists participating in this panel discussion, and I will introduce them briefly. They are Sylviane A, conservation curator, Shelley Smith, head of book conservation section, Sam Manivan, digital library specialist, Dominic Sergi, supervisory digital imaging specialist, Chris Tamar, digital project coordinator, and Dave Reeser, metadata librarian. You'll find the panelists' bios in the program handouts. This panel will be moderated by Beecher Wiggins, Director for Acquisitions and Bibliographic Access at the library. Beecher has a long and glorious career at the library. Over the past 4.5 decades, he has been serving in a number of important leadership positions at the library and in professional organizations, including the American Library Association, ALA, and the International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions, IFLA. He leads major projects such as BibFrame, an initiative on track to transform the future of librarianship in the digital world. He is a recipient of the 2013 ALA Melville Dewey Medal for distinguished contribution to library technical services. It would be very remissive of me not to point out Beecher's role in the Omar Ibn Said collection project. You learned this morning that Marita Harper, our area specialist in the Africa section, first identified the collection. Then it was due to Beecher's remarkable leadership and great support that enabled the library to acquire the Omar Ibn Said manuscript collection. The result is that today, this manuscript becomes a part of the library's permanent collection, preserved and made accessible to not only us today, but also to generations to come. So before the panel discussions begin, I wanted to just to briefly let you know that following this panel discussion, we invite you to view the sampling display of the Omar Ibn Said collection in the Rosenwald room on the second floor of this building, across from the rare book reading room. We will guide you there, so not to worry. And so we will begin the panel with a brief video titled Preserving Omar Ibn Said's Words, a Slave's Narrative, produced by Sean Miller, Library Congress photographer. So where's Sean? Sean's right there. Panel discussion then will follow. Thank you.
Because it speaks of a specific individual, his thoughts, his feelings, his story. Omar Ibn Said is a scholar in what is today Senegal, and he was sold into slavery. He ran away and was caught as a runaway slave, and in jail he began writing on the walls. And that's when people began wondering who he was, what he was writing. This autobiography is the only known autobiography as a slave in Arabic in the United States. When he was writing, he knew that his owners could not read it. So Arabic is, in a way, a language in which he could be more truthful, more candid about his real feelings. Using the original, of course, is what every researcher would like to do. However, the paper is very brittle, very delicate, so it was important to make facsimiles so that people would get a sense of the item and yet not damage it by looking at it. And preservation did a fantastic job trying to preserve it and to maintain it so that it can continue existing for generations to come.
So what we're really hoping to achieve with this documentary that we're doing at Richard Wright, we hope to really appeal to the younger audience because we want them to know more about their Black history. Like, to me, it's amazing because I never heard of Omar Ibn Said at all. So to me, it's just like, it's like an amazing experience.
A collection such as this one questions the very principle of enslaving another human being. Hopefully, it'll be a tool of education, of learning, of better understanding others, of understanding the history of Africa as well. It is this very personal way of writing and of talking that reaches us, that reaches everyone across the 200 years and speaks to people today.
Good afternoon, everyone. It takes hearing how long you have, I have one somewhere, don't I? Thank you.
how long one has been around to hear it voiced openly like that. 4.5 decades sounds like a lot, and I guess it is, but I've enjoyed every minute of it. I did play a role as the manager for the acquisitions process, and most of you have seen and heard about that this morning. But I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the division that played the role. Usually I manage a division, and the division, the chief, and the specialist then do the acquisitions work. So I want to acknowledge the Alryyes division, the African, Latin American, and Western European division, and in particular one of the acquisitions librarians, Aaron Frias-Smith, who worked to make this happen, because we get what the library wants and what the specialists tell us is important for filling voids. And yes, Marita did, every time she saw me in the hall for the past 5 years or so, I got this thing that we have to get. I said, okay, let me know and we'll see if we can find something. So we're so happy to be a part of that in the ABA side of the house. So now let's turn to Shelley and Sylvia, and why don't you tell us some of what you did, and I think you might have something to share with us as you talk.
We do, conservation is pretty visual, so we included some photographs to kind of illustrate some of our processes. So first of all, I would like to say that this really was just such a big team effort. This fabulous team up here and many other team members that are here in the audience. Way to go, team. Good job. So I am the head of the book conservation section, and I was asked to oversee and coordinate the preservation and conservation activities that would be required to make the Omar Ibn Said collection available for whatever use, whether that be research or exhibition or other. Now, luckily, before the collection even arrived, we were able to see a few images of several items in the collection that were from the auction catalog that was produced by Sotheby's, and that's what you see on the screen right now, are these couple of images that were from Sotheby's. This was really helpful to get a very basic understanding of what the scope of this project was. We knew it was 42 items, but not having seen any of them, we didn't know what that would really entail. So, and that's because conservation can take quite some time from start to finish, especially so many of the activities that we do ideally should happen in sequence and can't really happen concurrently. So to be able to know up front if this was a 6-month project or a multi-year project, which is not inconceivable, was of course very helpful. So that this initial brief view of the collection at least gave us the confidence that the schedule that the library was hoping for to get this done in approximately 18 months was possible. And if 18 months seems like a long time, just the conservation and preservation parts of this included detailed assessment, documentation, and that includes written and photographic documentation, which is a very important part of the conservation process. Treatment, of course, and housing, making the facsimiles, assisting with digitization, and being a part of the publicity that would all be happening around this project as well. So as I mentioned, in an ideal world, a lot of these activities would happen in sequence, but because of the timeline, because the libraries wanted these materials to be available as soon as possible, it meant that a lot of this had to happen concurrently. There were a lot of things happening all at the same time. So by far, I think the most meaningful thing that I did to contribute to the success of this project was that I asked Sylvia A, this really talented and qualified conservator, to take care of the assessment and the treatment and the documentation. So I'm going to hand it over to Sylvia to talk about those things.
Thank you, Shelley. We were definitely a duo. And I want to reiterate our thanks to the African and Middle Eastern Division for managing this project and for really the joy of participating in it, because we know that his voice, the voice of Omar Ibn Said, spoke for a lot of people, and we all felt very privileged to be part of trying to get that voice out. Now, I cannot see the screens as well as you can, but I will I will just point out that I will talk to this screen, but I'll try to say left and right so that people who are watching that screen will know what I'm talking about. If we go back to the slide that was right before Shelley, that one, we can see on the right-hand side, that was the condition of the manuscript when it came to the conservation lab. And after it arrived, of course, the African and Middle Eastern Division made sure that all of the objects arrived from Sotheby's, and they also went through them all and labeled them and numbered them. So for the whole project, we had their titles and their numbers, and I also had the opportunity to read the translation, and it was so wonderful to meet the author today of the translation. And so because before attempting work on any object at the library of this value, you want to know what you have and what you're working with. And it was important to know what was said. I don't read Arabic, but the materials of this project also speak their language, and a conservator has to become kind of very familiar with them, sort of intimate with the materials. So at the beginning, you can see that there were some damages visible. The way that the cover, which was put on 20 years after Omar had written the script, 20 years later, it was sewn, stab sewn on the side, and all of the original paper was breaking where those stitches were. And so together with the curators, we looked at the item and we made a plan. It was a joint decision that we would take it apart so that it would eventually open fully. With the stitching on the side added later like that, the manuscript did not open safely, and it cracked all along that fold. So Shelley, the book conservator, removed the stitching. And one of the things that we found when we removed the stitching is that actually there was another layer of stitching that held the manuscript through the fold that had been invisible, and that was much closer to the execution of the manuscript. So we had to take both threads out. They both were made of cotton, but they were very different. And we saved them, of course, and later in the project, we found that this thread that had been used to sew the manuscript, the cover to the manuscript, was the same thread that was found on the translations by Isaac Bird. So it was important to save that and make that connection, whereas the thread that was used to sew through the fold of the manuscript was the same as one that was found on the manuscripts that had been commissioned from Arabic scribes in West Africa. So there was a connection with that thread and those manuscripts. So we'll go to the next slide. And you can see on one of the pages, part of the page was missing. So we were looking at the ink and the paper. We have actually done a lot of work on iron gall ink preservation here at the Library of Congress. Some of my colleagues are very expert in this. We were beneficiaries of their research. And so we looked at the document using ultraviolet light, which is a tool. You can see what the manuscript looked like on the right under ultraviolet light, and that shows us what the deterioration process of the ink is. This ink was actually in very good condition, and as the students so amply talked about, I won't go into iron gall ink again because they gave a very good explanation, and it turned out to be in really reasonably good condition, and the paper was in good quality. It's made of rag, which is a cotton linen mixture. It's a wove paper without a watermark, but and it's a machine-made paper. We think that it was made in America, but we can't prove that because there's no watermark or blind stamp on it. So it did not require any kind of chemical treatment. It simply required repair of the pages. We did take extensive photographs so that we can use them to monitor whether the ink deteriorates further in the future. There are a few areas in the script that were heavily applied, and there it was breaking through the paper. So here you see the different steps, the different tools, and the different papers used to mend the manuscript. There were at least 6 different kinds. I primarily used lightweight Japanese papers that were toned to match the different colors of the paper. and 2 different adhesives. Wheat starch paste, which is a traditional conservation adhesive, was used in areas with no ink. But where there was mending that was required in inked areas, we use a non-aqueous adhesive applied that all mends are reversible in the future, but that will not cause any kind of reaction with the ink. And here I'd like to make a comment about a couple of graduate students that helped me on this project. They worked on some of the other items that were in the collection in addition to the Omar Ibn Said. And here we see Mari Kitamura, who's repairing some of the publisher's scripts that were part of the 41 other items in the collection. We also had Mary Elizabeth Watson, who's here, and Grace Walters, who also assisted. The cover did require a chemical treatment. The paper was very different than the text paper. It actually had a lot of straw threads in it. It was kind of the equivalent of sort of a paper bag quality, and it actually had discolored Omar's text at the front and back pages. So we definitely, and it had a very low pH, under 4. We tried to aim for a neutral pH with paper to be stable for the future. The ink was tested thoroughly, and it was able to undergo aqueous treatment, and we did that with a alkaline water bath mixed with alcohol, and you can see there it's being immersed. And after it came out and it was dried, it was resized with gelatin to help with the future handling stability of this paper. Let's see. Okay, here you can see a picture of before treatment on the left, where you can see that some of the pages had separated, and you can see where mending was required, and then after treatment on the right. And I thought I would show page 1 of Omar's script, because of course the cover is put on in the English orientation, but the text opens in the opposite direction. So that is actually the first page. The cover required a little bit of mending on the spine and on the corners, and that was also done with a tinted Japanese paper. And as I said, we try to do repairs that don't look like their repairs. We try to keep the manuscript looking as authentic and original as possible. We don't want our thumbprint to be on there. So we hope that it just enables handling without making any alterations to the authenticity. And one last thing, imaging can tell you material things about the manuscript that you don't immediately see in visible light. And some of the other manuscripts in this collection are very interesting in terms of what their paper has to say. For instance, on the right, you can see a blind stamp in one of the papers that was used by the commissioned West African scribes to write their documents that Theodore Dwight collected, and it shows that the paper that he used actually came from Massachusetts. So there is a whole collection of very interesting blind stamps in these 41 documents that are going to make an excellent research project for someone. And then what you see on the lower left is another one of the 41 documents in the collection. It's a travel prayer, a very beautiful document with Arabic writing in a circle that is a talisman that a traveler would take, and that paper happened to have an Italian watermark in it, which is very interesting. It's known that the paper trade was wide from Europe to Africa, but here's an example of the watermark that proves that.
And then I'm just going to say a last couple of words about creating the facsimiles for this, which was another part of our responsibility. So one of the things that we were doing as the project was going on, as Sylvia was doing the treatment on all the items, as items were finishing treatment, we then worked with our colleagues from the digitization services to in several batches, start to digitize those things so that those files could be created so that then they could go on to the next step in the process so that we didn't wait until the very end for all this to happen. So I helped with the handling of the safe handling of the materials to get them under the camera. They resulted in these really fantastic high-resolution images that you can see, of course, on the library's webpage, but I was able to then manipulate them a little bit into some slightly different images. I had to change things a little bit in order to produce the facsimile. Now, as far as the facsimiles, this isn't something that we normally do. We just, in talking with our colleagues in the custodial divisions, we knew that there would be a lot of interest and that people would really want to handle the original manuscript, and that it was fragile. It had been well handled over its lifetime, and we wanted to try to minimize that as much as possible. But to make a facsimile to allow researchers to really get the sense of that of the artifact itself, we thought would be really important. And so I had never done this before, but I was optimistic that I could do this, and in finding different kinds of handmade paper that were very similar to the original, and experimenting with printing methods, I was able to make several copies that will be available for use both in the African Middle Eastern Division and in the Rare Books and Special Collections Division. And then finally we housed the items, and most of those were in, so before and afters, right. So on the left is the original, and on the right is the facsimile. And on the next one is an opening. And then again, on the left is the original, and on the right is the facsimile. Trying to keep the sense of the original with the facsimile as much as possible. We housed all of 42 of the items. Most of them were in acid-free paper folders, but our conservation staff member, Mary Elizabeth Watson, constructed 2 fantastic custom-made cloth-covered clamshell boxes for both the main manuscript and for one of the facsimiles. But there, finally.
All right. You may have covered some of this, but as all of us know, the reason that we collect any of this content is to share it and have researchers have access to it. So a couple of questions, and you hit on some of this. The first one is, are there any observations that either of you have in terms of how what you did affect a researcher in looking at and accessing this? I picked up some of that as you were talking, but in case you want to highlight any of that.
Well, as I said, that there is material evidence that can contribute to the story, and if we in any way can document that and include that with the collection, so that when scholars come to look at it, they have also that evidence, I think it can contribute to their appreciation or to their investigations. And some of that includes information about the paper, information about these sewing threads and sewing construction, origins of some of the paper when we know, and any kind of alterations that have been made. We save everything, we document everything, and we're always available for consultation.
And where do you store this? How will anyone know this? Is it passed on?
Well, we write an extensive treatment report, and that can accompany the item. In some cases, it's also kept in our files. We have a lot of digital photographs of before and after treatment. Those are also available if necessary. And we printed out a lot of our information and included it in the files with the conserved documents when it went to the Rare Book Division.
And is there a methodology that you use when you get something like the Omar Ibn Said documents to determine how you want to do your conservation? Do you get a team to pull that together?
We definitely consult with the curatorial department that's associated with the item. In this case, it was the Ahmed team, and we write a proposal. We look at it together. We think of 3 things in particular. the value of the item, of course, the condition of the item, and how the item is going to be used. So those are three factors that we discuss, and we look at the item together, and we come up with a plan. Then we write up our proposal. It gets signed off on if it's approved. And as we're going through the treatment, we often have questions, and we regularly consult. It's the richness of the library that we have so many specialists in so many areas that can really inform what we do.
Great, thank you. Now we'll move on. Those of us at the library know that one of Dr. Hayden's goals is to have the library's content digitized and made accessible to the world. She doesn't want it just to be here on Capitol Hill. So now we turn to the digitization aspect of it, and we'll ask Dominique to give us a background run through what happened to get us to this point for the digitization.
Okay,
Dominique.
So, thank you, Beatrice. My name is Dominic, and I am the head of the Digital Scan Center here at the library. And this project came up rather suddenly, I think. I mean, I certainly wasn't prepared for it, but working with conservation and Sam here with the digital conversion team. Can you speak in the mic, please? Yes. I'm sorry, is that better? Should I start over? So we were working closely with the conservation staff and Sam here to my right, who coordinated all the digital IDs for the items so that we could keep all the pagination correctly, because some of the items were backwards in how they're paginated. The orientation, being a foreign language, has to be presented correctly. So with their guidance, we were able to do all of that in one sweep. Shelley and company made our end really easy. So we showed up at their lab with our equipment set up on site, and they did all of the handling. As these items were treated, they'd call us over, we'd come over, image them, and take the images and then put them into our post-processing effort, which entails the cropping, rotating, and pagination. And the setting up of the camera is unique in that we have to shoot color checkers, for color accuracy. It's important when you're doing facsimiles or if these are used in publications that the colors are correct. We shoot at, in this particular case, we did these at 600 PPI so that we could get down to the grain of the paper. It's also for scholars to have the ability of studying them for the inks that were used or what have you. Our goal is always to keep the images true to the authenticity of the object. So we show all edges, gutters, how they're sewn. It's all in the image. And that's it.
Did this particular set of documents present any particular challenges you thought about the digitization process?
Well, some of the challenges were, you have to make sure the lighting is set up correctly for contrast, for example, so that there are minimal shadows. Some of the items may have had a little bit of lifting, or they were dog-eared in one corner, which may cause a shadow. So we correct for all of that. The images online look really nice. The website is beautiful, and we really enjoyed working on this whole effort with everybody involved.
No new equipment or machinery was needed to pull this off?
No, not new. In 2009, we did a pretty big acquisition of new equipment. We moved to new technology, which is instant capture now. And we're using cameras that range from 70 megapixels, 80, on up to 100 megapixels. For this particular project, we used the 80 megapixel and shot these items at a 1-to-1 of their original size at 600 PPI.
Thank you. Now, moving on to Sam. Tell us a bit about what you did, and then I'll have a couple of questions for you as well.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Sam Manawong. As Anshi mentioned, that I am the digital library specialist. I'm also take this by surprise that I was kind of late to come on board, and thanks to my supervisor, Michael Newbert, assigned me to this project. And one of my colleagues who left for the new position, that's why I I'm here. So I'm here. I was late. My role basically essentially involved and interact with all of you guys, and thank you to make my job easier. For my role, basically, I assign the collection ID. I think it's kind of catchy. I put Ahmed Said 1831 as a collection ID, and I assign the digital ID, and work pretty closely with Dominic team. And I also, my role is make sure that we have server space to house these digital files for public access as well as long-term storage. In case things happen, we have plan B to back up. In addition, I also work with Dominic staff, Ronnie Hawkins, Michelle Miner, as well as Andrew Cook. This staff, they are really well, have good experience and make sure that all the images follow FEDGI. So FEDGI stands for Federal Agency Digital Guideline Initiative. So all the images is met and for the future longevity of the collections. In addition, I also developed the permanent URL, and I work with Deeb Research to update the iOS record for 856 and 985s, and for each item that have permanent URL. And I think that's about it, right?
Okay. Did you learn anything particularly new from this experience in working with this collection that you hadn't encountered before?
Well, before I didn't know who Omar Said was, and with that, I learned quite just the name itself. I Google it and learn from the project, and I think it's really really important that we talk, as we can see the young high school come and talk to us this afternoon about his journey, and this is his permanent home at the Library of Congress.
And what was a typical day like for you working on this project?
For this project, we have a hard deadline, so this is one of the projects that that is amazed if we met the deadline, and basically Angie keep us intact and make sure that we follow the target deadline, and we all met that.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Krista, why don't you give us a brief overview of your role in helping the library to present the collection?
Sure. My name is Krista Marr. I'm a digital media project coordinator here at the library. And what I do generally is help different groups that work to get these collections online talking to each other. So I come in usually at the tail end of after all these folks have done their work, and Dave and the catalogers have done their work, and I make sure that what we're sending over to our colleagues in the Office of the Chief Information Officer and OCIO, that they have what they need to build the online presentation, that the content files that Dominic created and Sam put in presentation space are where they need to be, that they're named according to the metadata we have in the catalog records. And basically I put in a lot of tickets. And I make sure that kind of the timing is working out. As others have alluded to, that there was a kind of tight deadline for getting this collection online, partly because of the wonderful program we've had today, but also just, because of the work needed on the conservation side, which was impacting when things could go to be digitized, which was impacting when Sam could QA the materials and put them on the website. So I'm really happy that it came out so beautifully. It's such a wonderful collection.
Okay. How would you say users can access loc.gov site to find related materials to this based on what you did?
Sure. So this is a wonderful collection, but it's one of many, many, many wonderful digital collections that the library has been putting online for at least the past 20, 25 years. We have other collections that have recently gone up that are in Arabic. We have other collections that, actually we have some WPA collections created in the 1930s. They're interviews, both audio and written, with formerly enslaved people. And really using the rich catalog record data. Users can use the lock.gov interface to find more like this suggestions at the bottom of every page, faceted subject terms like you'd find in an online shopping site, and the full text transcriptions that we have. I mean, it's really, I think it's wonderful that we have this collection, but it's even better that we have it online.
Okay, very good. And was there anything particularly striking about your working with this particular collection? You've been speaking my language so far, so that's...
I haven't mentioned any mark field numbers. I could do that.
We can save that for Dave.
We'll save it for Dave. I think this was a really good example of how well our colleagues work together across the institution. And that's always fun to be part of.
Very good, thank you. And now we will wrap up our discussion portion with Dave Reeser, who I think at the time that he was doing this was a part of our operation, but he's since moved on, but he will always be ours. And so now he will talk about the other aspect of my career, the cataloging metadata side of that. So Dave, fill us in on your role in making this.
My metadata history here is only 3 decades, not 4.5 decades.
Hey, everybody can't have 4.5 decades.
So the role that I bring to this, along with some catalogers, is to take obviously the images that have been made that Sam has carefully stored away, and Krista is telling us what we need to have in those records in order to get them up into the website. So it's basically traditional cataloging. And we had 2 spectacular senior catalogers who helped us out with this. One is here today, so Deborah Wynn might want to raise her hand. She's in the rare materials section, who actually reports to Beecher. And one of the things that she divided this work with another cataloger who's not here today, Alan Mayberry, who did. And the way we split the content was the Arabic stuff was done by Alan, who is a specialist in Near East materials and has done all kinds of Arabic script manuscripts and all kinds of things for the African and Middle Eastern division. And so Deborah focused on the English things, which were not only the TypeScript published materials, but the handwritten holograph the content that was there. The real challenge, of course, was that, as Shelley mentioned, this project required a lot of things to be done concurrently that really have to be done sequentially. And so I had some catalogers raring and ready to go, but nothing for them to catalog because it was undergoing the very important work in the conservation and then the scanning. So that typically is done at the very front of the process, and then we come back after all that information is available to us on the digital images, and we update the records with that content. So this time we had to kind of turn that on its ear, catalog as best we could with the information that we had in order for Krista to test the development of the website itself. We actually, Alan did a few records that were just not even halfway done, which was fine because it was all that was needed to pull it in to make sure that we could display the content. And then he could come back, as Deborah did, to finish off those records when it was actually possible to see some of that material. I think one of the real interesting things for me in this, been involved in a lot of projects that were digital content before, but because of the backward nature of this one, I got to see more up front. I was telling Shelley and Sylvia this morning, I had no idea all the stuff that actually happened at their stage, and it was the project meetings that Anchi was having with us monthly, that it was actually allowed us to get clued in a little bit that, yeah, we're still waiting months to be able to have the thing to catalog. But they took pictures of the things. And so those conservation images that they had to document the before and after process was something we were able to give to the catalogers. They didn't need to see Dominic's spectacular images. The photographs that were taken in conservation were really great for us. And although I can't read my own handwriting, Deborah is quite expert at looking at 17th and 18th century handwriting, but we actually got to supplement that, as Dr. Rothman said this morning. He actually did transcribe all of the handwritten English things, and so we were able to get those to Deborah even before she was able to see the images as well. So some of those things that initially made this kind of a hard, from a workflow perspective, there were ameliorative things that could happen along the way, that it all actually got completed before we had to. So,
well, it sounds like things got tossed up on their heads, but you stepped in as catalogers are able to do and make it happen. Was there a reason for choosing the level of cataloging that was applied to the collection?
So I think this is a big discussion we have with Krista. Every time we talk about a new digital collection, we have to have the metadata for the items in the collection. We have choices on how we can do that in order to feed our website. There are some that are better than others in certain cases. We can make finding aids that just document or list the items in them. We can make kind of non-marked stub records that can feed that online presentation. But usually the best method, if we have the resources, is to actually do traditional library cataloging in our online catalog. And because this was, even though the time frame was short, it was only 42 items. So it was the kind of thing that we were able to get two very good catalogers who knew what they were really up against. And so it was almost a no-brainer to decide that we would stick with regular MARC records in our catalog. And it's also, I think from my perspective, I've been thinking about this as a digital collection, but obviously these are materials that are going to end up as physical items in our rare book and special collections division. So putting them in our library catalog, where we can then record the inventory that we have for each of these items as well, is a very critical piece. And so that kind of helps drive that decision as well.
Okay. Well, my second question was going to be along the lines of what were some of the challenges you faced, but I think you hit on those. Are there any others that you didn't bring because you were going back and forth in a non-traditional workflow?
So it's kind of related. The catalogers who worked with us in this one, the challenge became with Alan Mayberry, got assigned to work on the Arabic materials, but he had retired a few weeks before. So this is when your expert retires. But again, we're incredibly fortunate that Alan and Deborah are a couple. And so it just turned out that he was staying here for a while after retirement to volunteer. So he was able to do some of the cataloging before, after he retired, and do some volunteer work for us. They're also bi-coastal. So Alan's living part-time in Portland, Oregon. And so we had to schedule the work that he was doing on the cataloging on his trips back here as well. So it was always good that Deborah and Alan could be in communication, as couples are, and help us with solving that problem. And Alan's come back at least twice to volunteer since then, and he was able to complete the records after the conservation and the scanning, and actually got to look at the materials as well. So that wrapped things up nicely.
Very good. Thank you, Dave. Are there any more comments before we open the floor for questions from any participants based on anything anybody else said after you spoke? Okay, with that then we open the floor for any questions from the attendees. I see a hand there in
Thank you very much. I just bought the book now, and I noticed on page 60, on page 58, the Arabic pagination is number 5. And then the following page, the Arabic pagination is 14. So 9 pages are missing. Were they found missing, or is that intentional? And correction, when I looked at the Library of Congress film video, it says that he wrote a 15-page autobiography. Well, that's not true if there is some pages missing. Thank you.
I think you're referring to the images that you can see here where there's 5 on one page, and on the other page. So the manuscript is constructed of numerous pages that are nested within each other. So as you turn the pages, you have, say, 5 and 6, and then you would have the next page in the sequence would be 6 and 7, but the conjugate to that is far later in the section. So the conjugate to page 5 would be page 20 something. Does that make sense?
There are not any missing pages. There are not any missing pages. That's important to note. And since that second sewing structure sewed through the fold, we knew that the entire manuscript was just one section. It was numbered in pencil, and the name of the first translator, whose name was Alexander Kothiel, was written in the same pencil inside the front cover. So I would suspect that he numbered the pages. And there weren't any missing pages.
There is one page in the center that's torn, and so there is a portion of that page that's missing, but that was a blank page.
So how many pages are there?
24.
Well, here it says 15 pages.
Well, you're talking about the front and the back. Some people call that a page, some people call that a leaf. It's terminology.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I have 2 questions. Number 1, do you have any links with the webpage back to Omar's origination in Senegal? And does the library have any working relationships with libraries and universities in Senegal in terms of his passage back and forth?
I'll let Mary Jane respond to that. I do not know of any.
Thank you. No, we do not have any specific relationship with the University of Senegal. However, we did go to Senegal to brief the West Africa Research Center for our acquisitions. And so, in fact, in Dakar, we are working cooperatively with the West Africa Research Center that actually collects and purchases books for the African collections here. So there are 11 countries in West Africa who are participants in a project to purchase for the Library of Congress as well as for other institutions publications from countries such as Mali, Gambia, Togo, and other countries, Guinea, and to send them, to catalog them in Dakar, and then to send them to us. So this is a collaborative agreement that we have with Alawi and Angela Kinney, who's working with Alawi, is very much involved in this. And I went to Dakar to brief the bibliographic representative there to give them the guidelines to purchase our materials.
Yes, that is true. And I guess I view these as part of our acquisitions relationships, and the way we acquire materials is through vendor agreements and whatnot. But I don't consider that agreement with a standing institution in the sense of what we did to get the Said collection. So my fault for not answering your questions along the acquisitions line, which I certainly could have. And did we answer both your questions?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And this gentleman?
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. It was really a wonderful job that you have done. We are working on what you have done is very professional. We have like collections that dates back maybe 800 years in a town in Ethiopia. And most of those books are left in nature. Some of them are intact. We were wondering, like, you mentioned that you have like acquire new machines. We don't have that budget. Is there any like, way that it could be done on a normal budget with volunteers so that we can expose this to the rest of the world? And some of those scripts were written by African Ethiopians women, which is very rare at that time. So it would definitely present a very good, history that can be, which is not known up to this moment. So what do you advise, and what do you think that can be done, not through Library of Congress, style and profession, but by a community who wants to preserve that part of history and bring it to the rest of the world? Thank you.
Does either one of you want to
I guess I'll take that question. So the technology that you were speaking of, what do you have available?
We only have one machine, and it just pictures the document, and some of them are in binders and some of them are in loose pages, but we don't have much. And we have cameras, but it's not like an organized technology setup that we have in place now.
Well, aside from the really high-end equipment that we use here, there are several other cameras on the market that are more affordable and do a good enough job to document, especially if you're going for the content which is on these documents. Using a flatbed scanner may not be the best approach because of the bound ones you're mentioning. It just apply too much pressure or stress on the documents, especially with the lid coming down over it. But I would research other cameras, Canon, Sony. They make many makes and models that can give you a high enough resolution to be able to document these things and keep them and share them with right?
And I guess he has our contact information, so you could email and get more information.
You could also, like
following
Beatrice saying,
this.
you can stay in touch with us, and we could make recommendations for you as well.
Marita?
There's another agency that you can get in touch with. The AU, African Union, has a program to assist different countries in Africa and actually making copies of their materials and help with that. And there's another library association, African Librarians Association, in which they have ways to help to connect another African country with actually doing a project. So there are other organizations that actually do that.
Hello, I'd just like to know if I could ask the lady from Senegal, how much
did the gentleman acquire it for, the one who was the only man bidding on it? And then how much did the Library of Congress acquire it for at Sotheby's?
Well, we're not likely to share that information, but just know that we worked hard to get it. I don't think this is a forum for that. You're welcome. Mary Jane, Mary Jane, then Jane.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank you, not only for this wonderful panel, but for all the incredible work that you've been doing for the past 6 months, 1 year. And I'm going to put you on the spot now. I'm going to ask you. I know you enjoyed working with each other. Would you do it again? And would you do it, let's say, for smaller projects? Do you think this is something that works, working together the way you have? And would it be different if it was thousands and thousands of documents that needed to be processed? And and the question is to all of you.
I can't imagine anyone's going to say no, so someone...
Exactly. I'd do it again. I think we've already started. Absolutely. I mean, it was, I think that every project is slightly different, and yes, we all talked about how the timeline was difficult because so many things ideally should have happened and then moved on to the next thing, and there wasn't time to do that in this case, but doesn't that happen all the time? I mean, I feel like even there is no perfect project, and what makes it worthwhile and a good experience is the quality and the expertise and the joy of working with our excellent colleagues.
I think the other thing that's quite different about this one, so I did face this as just any other digital project when we first started. And it wasn't until you get into it more that, I didn't realize that you were going to do the work with the high school students that made it just that much more spectacular. I didn't know that Benny was going to do a PR campaign that you couldn't turn around in Washington without knowing about this collection and this program today. So the type of emphasis that went into this particular collection just really made it special.
Anybody?
I guess I'll just echo what Dave said. I was approaching this very much like one of the 4 dozen new collections we tend to put on every year. So I think coming into it, I thought, well, this is a lot of overhead for 42 items. We're putting up, Woodrow Wilson's papers, and that's like 400 reels of microfilm. But I think having the opportunity to really do this deep dive, I think did make an impact.
Very good, thank you.
Please add one more point.
Sorry.
To answer your question, I say yes, definitely let's do it again. I felt that as of today, our presentation, as we all know as P1, this program, this system is being quite mature, and as Krista put in the tickets and all the things, I feel that things moving faster than the last couple of years. This would be my first project for 2019 to see the release, and it went really well.
Jane.
Thank you. Just a quick question to Sylvia. I'm sorry to ask you to repeat yourself, but your story about the threads was absolutely fascinating. And you mentioned that the cover stitching was the same thread as then used in other Isaac Berg translations. But I didn't catch what you said about the earlier threading that you had found underneath that and what that connected to in your research.
Okay, thank you. The earlier thread, which is very different from the thread used to attach the cover, was used to sew through the fold of Omar Ibn Said's manuscript. But we noticed, since we were working on all 42 objects in the same spate of time, that the same thread had been used to sew the solicited manuscripts that were from West Africa, that were primarily, the calligraphy was by an individual identified as Mohammed Decker. And so we'll have to have the historians explain more about who he was. But Theodore Dwight wrote to the president of Liberia asking if he could procure some manuscripts from the part of West Africa that Omar Ibn Said was from, in an attempt to understand more about what the culture of the people who lived in that area were. And so those manuscripts are also multi-paged manuscripts, and they're in this collection, and they also required some conservation because pages were falling out, but they were sewn with the same thread. So to me, that means that the person that collected these in the US probably sewed all of those. But we have photographs before the treatment, and we've saved the threads and some that didn't have to be disbound were not disbound. We only took out the thread if it was preventing the manuscript from opening or if pages were falling out and broken. So we would not typically remove a thread unless it has to in order to facilitate the use of the manuscript.
It just seems to me one of the things, just to underscore, you're describing that again, just shows you cannot minutely plan for how long it will take you to do your work, no matter what it looks like initially. I'm not sure we picked up on that, but the more we discuss it, and that's just critical to know with all the things that we get for the library.
My guest may be Derek Beard, because of his ability and experience with collecting various artifacts, rare books, items. He may be the person that have done that, but this is my wild guess because of his rich background in collecting of antiques and so forth and so on like that from his background. I didn't read everything that this man had the ability or knowledge of to do that, because he did a lot of sharing of the manuscripts, not only Omar Ibn Said, but the others in the group, and that's a guess. But I think that's an educated guess.
Well, these things are always puzzles because I don't think it could be Beard, Marita, and the reason why is because we know that the cover was sewed on by Cothiel 20 years after the manuscript was made. And so that would have been in the mid-19th century. So that thread that was hidden inside couldn't have been put on after the cover. It had to go on before. So it does tell you perhaps the time that those other manuscripts were collected, but there's also documentation about those that's in writing. So it's just a material clue. But I think material clues have their own contribution.
Deb.
Hi. I'm usually in the back room. I don't use these things. Just one thing that reminded me about this, because being a cataloger and being able to go through these things item by item, I had to do a lot of research because all these names, this Cothiel and Isaac Bird and Mohammed Decker, I I had to make name authorities for every one of these people too. And I had to go back to do that, my job correctly. I'm looking for authoritative sources. So I was reading a lot of the literature just to be able to catalog the materials. So that's in the process of doing that. And that's what I love about this job at the library, is that for everything that comes across my desk, if my supervisor lets me, I can really dig in deep and learn a lot and take a lot of time. But with this one, there was a deadline, but fortunately, and that's what was really interesting about this collection, is that this item has been known. This manuscript has been out there. There's a lot that's been written about it. So it was really fun to see the panelists this morning go, "Oh, I read your book. Oh, I saw that." So it was a really nice forum that you guys planned today. I mean, it really helped put things in perspective, and I was really happy to see so many people here and involved and interested in this collection. So thanks for making my day.
And there's a hand on my colleague that I never see at the library.
That's a joke. I have found this day to be fascinating. And I think our colleagues in Africa, in African libraries, will also find it fascinating. Quite often people want to know what happens here at the Library of Congress. They want to know how collections are done, what the cataloging process is. There are these details that they want to know. And with the webcasts that are going to be available, this is our opportunity to show them. It's been fascinating to hear the scholarship in the morning and to hear these details this afternoon, and to hear the experts and to see the experts explaining this. It's wonderful that it's all tied in, and I don't think that we often have an opportunity to see that. So thank you so much. And I just want to say that we are really appreciative in the African and Middle Eastern Division for the vision, the diplomacy, and all of those great words that you could say about Mary Jane Deeb. We owe her so much.
Are there any others? Well, if not, as my staff always do, they keep me honest. So I omitted a few people who were involved in the front end of making this happen. So the ones I didn't mention, I'll just mention now. So for the Sotheby's, London, and the seller negotiations, there was Daisy Taggy and Ileana Mitchell-Politsky and Jen Baum-Sevic, whom I'm looking directly in the face now. And the rest of the team we have acknowledged. But it takes a team to make this work, so we want to make sure we acknowledge everyone. So this is, to me, a fitting note to end it on. We've had 2 complimentary statements. Is there anything else pressing that anybody else wants to say or question? If not, I'll let Anchi tell us how to get to see the real objects.